Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146, it's Sunday, 27th of August 2023, and we're back for a little bit more Oxygen Not Included today. Colony so far seems to be doing okay. We have a bit of a somewhat urgent issue with heat that we have been addressing. In the last session we kind of went out, ended up doing quite a bit more exploring as we tried to find the materials that I wanted to create a functional cooling loop. Not the smartest thing in the world, I don't think, but something that's at least going to keep our guys kind of comfortable and our farms kind of working in the short term at least. You know, it's something, and we made good progress. So today we're definitely going to kind of get that all just plugged in, up and running, get those temperatures back down to an acceptable level, and that should let us then comfortably expand a bit. I'm quite tempted to build up to 16 or 17 dupes. We've got 8 at the moment and we're producing just enough oxygen for them. If we double everything up, we could bring some more people in. I'm tempted to kind of do that if we can expand out and fit the extra everything that they need, in particular the farming. We did want to start farming some fiber plants, so maybe when we're kind of reorganizing the farming we can add that, we can do more food, and maybe we could bring extra people in gradually. Still the medium term aim, I guess, is to get down to the oil and start processing that. Very interested in petrol based power generation and also in the plastic production for various bits and pieces. So not sure we'll get to the oil today. Maybe we'd get some atmosphere suits made, possibly, if we can get the fibers farmed. It's possible. We'll just have to see how it goes. So let's get to it. Pop into the base, get everything unpaused, and yeah, catch up with what bits need doing. I remember this was like a little reminder. I'm still not sure I want to handle things like this, but we can at least do it to prove it works. I did have another thought while they build that. So last session it kind of clicked in my head that you can rotate the doors around, and that lets us completely block this in. But it also took me back to ages ago. I was trying to work out how we can drop these hatches into the water because we don't want them, and they'll drown in there, and then we can get the meat. And I have worked out you can turn a door around and then open it if there's a hatch on top of it. I'm pretty sure there's we might not have unlocked it, but I'm pretty sure there's like a sensor for, you can detect when people are around. There it is, critter sensor. So we'll detect if there's a critter. Oh no, it's the number of eggs and critters in a room. Well, that's not quite what I want. I want like a motion detector that only detects critters, really. Which would then like open doors when they're on top of it and drop them down. Maybe. It's not terribly important. I would like to tidy up all the bugs we have all over the base, but you know, we can do that gradually. I'm sure. We do need to get this cooling set up. They have overheated up here again. So what are we missing down here? That is a little wrong. We don't need to block this bit in, only the bit down the end. Although that may have been premature because we got a bit of construction to do around there. Oops. We may just have to dig out what's above here to get that done. Just gonna dribble polluted water everywhere, but so be it. We need access to that. Here, the ladders are there so we can go and analyze this when we uncover it and when we're happy to start the motion of it. Makes some sense to me to have a ladder they can always access here, just in case there's a reason to come into the room later. Just have a ladder up the edge of it. It'll be a bit too cold to go in there generally. It makes it tempting to move the pump out of the way. Just concerned about blocking this in and then needing access to the pump, for example. Well, I guess actually what we do is we deal with it. When it comes to it, we can build our way into the room. You know, knock a hole and then build our way in if we need to. So, yeah, that's fine for now. Though again, we should connect things up before we actually do anything. All of the piping's done, right? For the cold stuff. We need to set up the piping for the hot stuff. Or it's not really going to be hot. It's just going to be too hot for its purpose. And power. That's a little awkward as well. not into the... I mean, we might be able to adjust the hydrogen-based power so that we can power the pump with it, but that's not really what we want. To take it into the coal grid, I guess. Yeah, because we put as much as we can onto the natural gas grid. You know, enough, as much as I'm happy with putting onto it. I don't want to put more. Yeah, so we'll put it onto the coal grid. That's fine. Like that. They can build that in. Can mop up the mess they're making. That can dribble down. That's fine. Kind of. Fine for now. Good. So I have access to the top. Good. What else was I thinking about over here? Can't remember. Yeah, the power could be handled better, but yeah, that's a future problem. Fine for now. Here I'm thinking we get rid of one of the batteries. Pretty sure I said that last week. Well, last session, I mean. Although we probably want a second one in that network. But yeah, that can wait. Just get the materials back for that. It is unnecessary. So the doors, we need to work out how we control them, and we need to plug in the actual plumbing. I don't think we need to use an insulated pipe. It's not going to be hot. So the salt water that we're sending around is starting at -10, which is too cold. So we're not using radiant pipes, so that shouldn't matter too much. It's going to gradually adjust, you know, balance temperatures around it. The first rooms it goes into could be way too cold. We'll have to see how that goes. So this is mostly going to be industrial area at that point. We bring it down in some areas we know are hot and are going to stay hot. We're not always going to have heat generation nearby. And that should bring it up to at least, I don't know, 0 would be my hope. And by the time it reaches the area where people are, hopefully it's in single digits or something. And that's going to balance the temperature in the room around. If the water gets, the salt water gets hotter than the surrounding atmosphere, it's going to draw that in, and that's okay as well, I guess. We just want to balance. So the point where the balancing of the temperature is too hot, which like 30 is too hot, we want to pull the liquid out. But 30 might be a bit late, because it's like right on. If it's 30 and the surrounding atmosphere is 25, I don't actually want it to adjust, because 25 is better. So if it's 25 and the surrounding atmosphere is 20, I don't care if it balances. That's kind of my answer, 25. So we need a sensor somewhere on the pipeline. We could bring the pipeline over and do the whole thing in this room. Bring it over and send it back. It's kind of in the way for that. Bring it over and send it back here, but I don't... I mean, it's not a bad idea. No, I don't think we will, though. Just that that's got the hydrogen thing at the moment, so we can't actually put a sensor in the room I want to. Well, we can, because it's like the overflow, the hydrogen thing. Which, it's not the ideal spot for it. But I could put the sensor in this room. Or as I say, we do bring it over, sense it, and then send it back. We're going to move the hydrogen room, I think. It makes heat, so it should be further down. Could be one of the first things that cold water goes past to keep it cooled down. That would be fine. So do we move it now and then I can get my plumbing right? No, because we need to cool down quick. That's fine. Pump not in liquid, that's fine. We need to insulate that last bit and then we can actually uncover that and get that moving. In theory. Got a bridge there already. I could use that. No, that's not how we want to do it. Let's do it in this room. Just on the edge is all we need. I need to put in a liquid pipe thermo sensor. There. And then we're going to have a liquid shutoff. Facing that way, which will be off by default. And then if the temperature is over 25 degrees, it goes on, and that'll send that blob of liquid to the right. Can't build it in the ground, so fine, it's going there. The pipe that takes that doesn't want to be as radiant, so it wants to be whatever I made that out of. Liquid pipe granite. Just to be consistent, why not? Drop that in and then send it all the way over. And it drops out over there. I think that's fine. We need to configure that sensor when it is plugged in. And then, yeah, I need to work out how to do this. So it's a similar... By default, all the doors should be open. And then... That is just on a timer, or do I want to put a sensor in? Like, we could replace the top tile with a sensor, a water pressure sensor, and as soon as it feels any water at that level, it does the process. It just means if the level's above that door, when that door closes, some of it's going to get squished down, but some of it's going to splash up and not get deleted. Which, I mean, I don't think that's a big deal. It doesn't, like, every time it closes, it doesn't need to delete literally everything. The room's insulated. It shouldn't cause a big issue, and it's not that hot, so it shouldn't cause a big issue. I think that could work, unless you can, by chance, build a sensor over the top of a door. Hydro sensor. You cannot, which, you know, predictable. Is there good enough? Well, the other thing is, yeah, just, you know, every minute, or the start of every day, it crushes what's in there. And that could work. Then we could just use a... Where is it? Cycle sensor on the outside here. I'll even have like just a timer sensor, that's nice. So you just set a timer on this one thing, that's not too complicated, and it does the thing. I do that, although I kind of like the idea if they get up in the morning and it just crushes whatever's in there. The only problem on that is you can't adjust it if you need to do it more often, whereas with the timer we can adjust the setting, I guess. So timer's the way to do it, or whatever it is. Or manual switch, we could just come over and look every 2 minutes. We want to be sending a green signal all the time so that the doors are open. And then when the signal changes, we just want to make sure that the top one closes before, or they close in sequentially. Or two of them can close at the same time, because it's a sealed environment. Although I wonder if it'll push up into... You know, I think it will push up into the square that has the vent. Yeah, because we've seen that over here. I don't think it's full enough at the moment to see. But it goes above the vent before it stops due to overpressure. So some of the liquid, if there's enough, will get shoved up there. It's more reason to do it more often, I think. Though it's not based on time, because it's not like every 10 minutes we're going to have a full load. It's a varied amount depending on the temperature exchange, and the temperature that can affect it is so varied. You know, if we do any refining of metal, then it will need doing more often, for example. So I kind of do like the idea of having a sensor. Like, if it's going to have some that gets squished into that tile anyway, why not have some that's squished into this tile as well? I'll just open that up and we'll put one of those liquid sensors in there. Meanwhile, so the sensor's going to be outputting a green light all the time. Unless it detects any water, then it will go red. Any liquid, then it will go red. When it goes red, we want a delay. Is that a thing? Got a filter. Yeah. Only lets a green signal through if it's had a green signal for longer than the selected filter time. Fine. So it'll only let the green through if it's kept having the green for a second. I'm not sure if that's its intended use, but it should work. We're going to have to use a NOT gate because filter gate only works on green, not on red. Which is interesting. Going to use a couple of NOT gates, I guess. This is confusing already. But the filter and the NOT in and the NOT there for the other two. So you'll have wire runs from that into those two, or perhaps those two will be easier. And then this I need to flip. So we can run that wire between them. Though that doesn't... we'll have to flip the other one. So I can line the wires up in a way that makes any sense. Filter needs to point the same way as the one above it, but the knot below can be flipped around. Can send that wire down, and then that one's going like that to reach there. And that signal is going into both of them. And it's going to emit a red unless there's water, then it goes green. It's the NOT gate which will start closing those two. It's the buffer that's just going to be like half a second or the minimum time. It'll be a green signal, so that'll do its filtering, sorry, not buffering, filtering. And then pass it into NOT, which will change it to red, which will close the last door. I think that works. Get all that plugged in, and then we can seal it off. And it might be a long time before we find out, because if they're going to fill that box with liquid, it could be a while before the base heats up enough to do that. Just some of the worst singing I've ever heard. Don't know why it cheers them up so much, but there we go. Okay. So that's done and it's all locked. The sensor needs to say, send a green signal if above 0. So any amount of liquid pressure sends a green signal, which gets inverted and closes those. And after half a second, let's go, maybe not the absolute minimum, let's go with half a second, gets inverted to close the last one. The problem is it's going to, so as soon as we start closing them, we might take away all the liquid. Oh, I'm not sure this is going to work. We'll find out. It may cause that sensor to stop giving the green if everything gets pushed down as intended. If some of it gets pushed up, great, it'll keep giving the signal, but yeah, this may just cause the doors to open and reopen. We'd need to then put, I guess, the buffer signal in to say if you get a green light, then maintain that for long enough to cycle the whole thing before disabling. But we can access that bit as long as we don't block this room in, so should be okay. I would like to sweep up the pit, which means we're going to need to knock a hole in the wall. Make storage for abyssalite. Where was that being kept? It's in like one of these, I think. No, that's additional filtration. That's stuff. That's where it is. Don't love that. I guess we're just going to make another storage room. Again. Although whatever we put here is going to be the same as... I mean, this is metal and it's not all full, I don't think, so let's go underneath there with a room. A misc, and then I'm going to get rid of the edge ones on here just to tidy it up a bit, be consistent. See how that ends up. And so while we're at it, dismantle the two that are up here to get that tidied. There we go. It's something. This end of the base might not end up that hot, because it's just going to end up being tons of storage bins from the looks of it. And reservoirs for the gas and stuff, but they're quite hot, aren't they? Yeah, 35, it's something. It's worth cooling. Mainly we're cooling, I guess, if the gas geyser is in operation, this room will heat up, which will let us... It's not necessarily that we want to cool the room, it's insulated, but that we want the liquid to be above -10. So that's something, I guess. When it's not in operation, the room gets vacuumed, and then there's no heat there, so eh. And then it's the heat from this geyser which is outputting hot salt water, not cold. But then, like, that's insulated and it's all the way over there, and our pipeline's over here. One of these, can't remember which. So yeah, not too sure yet that this is going to do what I want. This needs setting up. So that is... said if we're going to be above 25, green signal, which just needs plugging into shut off underneath it. Just check the plumbing line in there. Yeah, it's all good. Is that the right way around? Send the green signal, which is to send it over if it's above 25. That's correct. Good. There's now even more we cannot store. Rocks. That's this one in the middle. Yep, okay. Need an extra room for storing rocks. Okay. Tidy up a bit more what's around here. Not sure if we should be sealing the reservoirs in. They're going to be cold, and we want them to stay cold. So yeah, we should seal them in that room. Maybe with an airlock door would be enough. Maybe. They're made of metal. Do we have one that's particularly slow? Yeah, I can make it out of uranium. We put a uranium door on, it'll heat up a little bit slower. It's not insulated, but it's something. Not great, but it's something. That's annoying. I would like that block of rock to not be in there. So I guess we're going to open that up and get that out. Rebuild it afterwards. I don't know. This looks good though. It's open, so it's doing half the right thing. So far. Copy the settings from that. Turn all them white again. Yep. There's no power to that pump. I thought we plugged it in already. Ah, I've just dismantled it. Oops. That's fine. Power, and then it's not in liquid, that's fine too. At the moment, that's correct. The liquid shutoff needs powering. Missed that. 10 watts. We could power it with the hydrogen here, but I don't... Like, we're going to be moving that, so it's not... I don't think that's the right way to do it. We'll plug in here instead. Good. Oh. Free stuff. We don't need more sweetles around the place, and I'm not ready for more people, so no thank you. Oh, that's... half the farm is dead. Not like dead, but not producing again. Somewhat concerned the cooling pipe we're putting in is in this down row here. Is it going to get all the way over the room and to fight with this? The temperature is balancing nicely out here, but it's still a bit too far away. The rock there's 37 degrees. We'll see. We'll be up and running soon. We've got 80,000 calories in storage, so as long as it doesn't all rot at once, hopefully we'll be okay. Just need them to finish getting everything tidied up and we can go for it. There's a bunch there too. When we dig that out, there's going to be a few to sweep up still, which we might not be able to access. Turn that into a ladder, maybe it'll be okay. We'll see. Something there we can't store. Clay. Why can't we store clay? It's going to dirt, right? Oh, that's... Hang on. This is a whole mix of things. Fertilizer, phosphorite, organic stuff. But I don't need this last one to be miscellaneous anymore because we've made the ones down below miscellaneous. So we'll turn this one into a cultivatable soil. That'll let the clay in. See how that ends up. And just for good measure, I'm going to block in the edge of that base, as we're no longer exploring out there. What's that? Phosphorite. Again, I think that's just in like generic ones here and up here. Which can need more of. No great location for that, I think. We'll set up a... When we move the farms to wherever they're going to move to, eventually, we'll set up a storage nearby that'll hold farming-related things. For now, I'll just stick one in this room, I guess, for the fertilizer and phosphorite. And now, algae. They're just in those as well. Is there anything here I can now change? I mean, that's a full one, so... Another one there. Change this one to be the same as that one. So much fiddling around and we're, you know, we should be just getting stuff working, I think. You know me. If I want it tidy, I need it tidy. Okay, they've done the floor in there, so everything else I can do by hopping. You can put those tiles back into place. That should get blocked off as well, really. So I think I want to do the analysis. Not that I really need the analysis, it doesn't help much, but I want to do it. Then we'll block it off, and in the meantime it's just going to cool the area down, I guess. It's not a bad thing, I don't think. I think it's fine. There's a lot of polluted oxygen around here, we should have maybe done something about that. Oh yeah, oops. It's a bit slime-lungy around here. Don't know what I can do about that. We could try and puncture a hole in this chlorine and make it fall through slowly. There's a bunch of stuff in the way, but we could do it. Might be worth it. Because we've got a deodorizer on the entrance to the main base, but still, we shouldn't leave it like this, I don't think. Unless slime lung is killed by coldness. It is. Well, okay then. It's less of a concern. Still a concern, but less. Interesting. If it goes under 10 degrees, it should kill them off. Well, I don't know if that's kill, though, do I? It's not explicit about what it means, but it does say the temperature range is 10 to 100, so I'm assuming if we go beyond them, the germs just disappear. I'm hoping they do. Okay. I think they can dig that. Go for it. I don't think it's going to immediately cause a massive issue, so fingers crossed. Oh yeah, I did say. Probably a good idea if they don't stand there. So I'm not sure Ellie can get away from that now. They might well be stuck. Probably someone's coming to build this now. Last bits to mop up there. If anyone's free to deal with it. We are in a dormant phase, okay. Not an idle phase, so that means we're in the active period that we can't currently see is inactive. But that could stop at any second, I guess. Why is no one doing this? Is it like it's bedtime? Yeah, so no one's going to come and do this, and Ellie's going to have to sleep in here, which is not safe. I don't know how we did that before, didn't we? We just took someone who's a builder. Don't know actually, who is our builder? Building. Is that a thing? Excavation, construction, right? Yeah. 12 lira. Okay. So we put them onto the schedule that never sleeps. They should come and do it now. Even too late. Ellie's falling asleep here. But yeah, we need them to get out of there quick. They are on their way. They're desperate for the toilet and we don't want to be pumping polluted water around this system. There we go. Out they go. And we'll be kind enough to move you back and you'll be permitted to go and sleep now. Always want sweeping up. Again, prioritise that above everything else just so we can get this done. And actually, yeah, well... No, we'll leave the analysis at 5. It needs doing, but I don't think there's any rush. Although it would be nice to know how close we are to the dormant period ending, because if it's like 100 cycles away, then we have a problem with the cooling right now. We should probably do something like we were before about, you know, temporary thing to fix that too. If we could just move... No, the thing about the abyssite is it doesn't have thermal conductivity, yeah. So moving cold abyssite over here wouldn't actually change the atmosphere. I don't want to set the whole liquid loop up that we had up here. It was interesting to see and to work, and that's not a thing. But we could bring the ice blower back. It is a thing. We might need to. Calories are good at the moment, but we might need to if this is going to take a really, really long time. Again, it would be nice if they didn't have to stand right there to analyse it. Hopefully they don't get covered while they're here. We'll see. That is ready to block back in. Perfect. Liquid here. Oh, it's because this is melting. Yeah, that makes sense. We opened a doorway, it means the ice will all melt. It's fine. Still am tempted to try and get that chlorine down here. But I don't really want to spill this water and dirty water down there. People are just tidying up at the moment, yeah. Which is good. But it does mean they're available to work. Let's get this door opened. Back on auto, and our icy fan put back where it was. And some ice dug up. Yeah, not good for them out here. The eye irritation and the bugs and the... Oh well. Could mop all this up again. We can't mop them that up. Can build stepping stones over it though. That's all I have to do. Trying to stop them getting upset about the soggy feet. It's one thing we can do. Not that it really matters. I don't think their morale's going to be struggling anytime soon. You know, benefits of being on easy mode. Their morale is extremely high at the moment. That's the analysis bar, and we're almost done. .4 kilograms is not much. It's each time it erupts. 226 out of 700, so a third of the time. A third of its active period. I think the average output's going to be pretty low. Might not be enough. Still, it's all we've got at the moment. Let's put this into higher priority. Get that cooling process started. I think I actually might lock that door open. That's going to bring some nasty gases in, but you know, we'll deal with them. They'll work their way around. It's not particularly germy, so it's kind of okay, I think. A bit concerned about our water level too. We stuck a lot of water into the system, and the pool on the right's dropped down a lot. The one on the left hasn't grown at all. Is there... no, there's like nothing stored here as well. So we really like just consuming that much. I guess it's going into oxygen, it's going into the plants. But that's kind of it. I think we do need to get this geyser back here supplying that. It's hot water though, which is a bit of an issue. But if we can successfully cool that down and use it as an infinite water source, I think that would be good. Free mushroom seeds? Sure. Why not? Oh, interesting. The critter drop-off thinks there's 30 critters in this room because we don't have doors on that room. If I do this, they might actually bring the hatches over. Possibly. And then, hey, why don't we give it a go? In order to use automation, it has to be a mechanised airlock. There and there, maybe. Might work. Let's see. Because I don't think it can just be a door, right? And we can open and close it with the people, but not with the automation. Let's give this a go. That won't be there. Too busy to come do that. Okay. Too busy to do the fan as well. What's... oh, it's bedtime, I guess. Days do fly past. Did they finish? They did. Let's get that data bank out of there. So where are we? Which bit do I read? Average output is 1.5 kilos a second. Doesn't sound bad. Next activity will be in 17 cycles, which isn't... it's not a huge amount of time, but it's a while. We certainly need to get those plants back to producing before then, but I think the other heat in the base is probably okay for now. So yeah, they're ready. They did the usual silly thing of deconstructing and getting themselves trapped. If we get this door done, hopefully they can just walk out on it, I think, from what I But I imagine. Yeah. Yeah, so they can walk on them. It's then just about how we open it. Because we want it to just automatically open. We also want them to bring those critters inside this room, not leave them the other side of the door. There's now 0 critters inside the room, yeah. Maximum 20. And I don't want to say everything, do I? I mean, we could tidy up the base by saying everything, but it's not really what we want. It's one of the surplus hatches. Yeah. See what happens. They were bringing it in, so I don't know why they're not now. This is just taking time. Busy with other things, maybe. Could be. Then yeah, we do need something. There's nothing in here, is there? Just the traps. And the drop-off. Yeah, no automation in there, so it's based on the number of eggs and critters in a room. But I assume if we open the doors, they're just going to stand in the middle of the room. They're not going to try and stand on them and fall. So that doesn't really work. Can use a weight plate, but it'll drop duplicants as well. And you can't build it on top of the door, so no. Duplicant motion sensor. I mean, you could use that to protect the duplicants. But it's, yeah, not what I'm after. Must be the... I think we need a dedicated room for it. That's going to be the problem. Where the only floor is a door. And then as soon as they use the drop-off... See, even that doesn't work, because can you put a drop-off on top of a door? You can. Okay, so that would work. Right, so yeah, they need their own room. Which we'll have to do... this is fine for now, because it might still help them get them out of that room. When we move the ranching around, so we'll move the farming around, we'll move the ranching around, and when we do that, we open up space for more, but we can also just have a room that drowns critters in, I guess. That's what the room is for. Turn that back into mesh tile. There we go. If we were going to connect this up, I think we could shrink this back a bit. I mean, we're certainly not going to use it to make steam at this point. That's a later thing, and we'll have to use a different source, I think. Or, you know, fiddle around again. I do want it to be insulated, because we don't want the super hot from the hot water spilling out accidentally. We might send, like, a pipeline through this room to cool it down or whatever. But I think we do that. And replace what's below with normal base things. Where does that water come from? Oh, I've said deconstruct and they've clipped it over a bunch of plumbing, haven't I? And probably a bunch of wiring. Yep, I need to be more careful with what I tell them to deconstruct. Well, mop that up. Mop that up. At least it's only water. Mop that up and that up too. Good. I can deconstruct all of that. And yeah, this room will just be where that water emits into. We'll have a pump in the corner, on the floor, I guess, that sends it into this room above it. Maybe through we could put a reservoir in the room above with like a temperature sensor. So it's only allowed to leave if it's cooled down. Is that... not sure about that. Oh, they can't even reach that. That's interesting. There's not much point in letting the water underneath there then, is there? Like we could just fill that in as well and have it flow to the right all the time, or we could... yeah, let's do that. It's already actually like pumping that one, so in terms of breaking it out, you just have to be careful we don't get splashed by the hot water. I need to tell them to do that. They should be able to build all that. See how it goes. So yeah, maybe. I don't know. Just have the pump, one that's got a nice overheat thing, and then a block off, and then a reservoir. Also in the insulated area. If we put it here, we'd need to insulate this area, so I guess we'll put it in here. I don't know what goes in between then. It'd be nice if it was reservoirs, because then it would be kind of symmetrical to what's on the left here, which might be nice. From above, although we could move this storage, you know, shrink it like we shrunk this one. We could shrink this and have the water we're using be in a reservoir. I've said all along though, like, we need to do bottle emptying into somewhere, so why not leave it open? I think. I find it interesting that they're not moving the hatches in here. They must be missing something. Maybe they don't have the trap needed to do it or something. They can move them from up here because in the critter room, they can wrangle. Don't know. It'd be nice to get rid of that bit of ladder by opening what's above here, but that might be a later job. How are we doing? 14.5 cycles to go. Let's just keep fast forwarding. They have done that successfully. Let's build the rest in. And then, so plumbing, pump, we're going to need more power to get the pumps working and everything. I keep just building more pumps. I know maybe we could control them somehow so they weren't draining power too often. Could have a liquid sensor in up here and only pump out of here. Doesn't really make sense. Just need more power. We could probably afford to have another couple coal generators. You know, it'd probably be okay. What's even on that network at the moment? 40 watts of lights. That crafting bench is barely ever on, we'll ignore that. So 50, 60 with a couple of deodorizers. So 300 with that pump. And then the real stuff. So that's another 600, 900, so it's about 1,000, a little under 1,000. And they're capable of making 1,200, but if they did, it would break the wires. So that is kind of at its limit. If we're going to put another pump in, we do want another power source for it. But it's too soon to be thinking of another, you know, another power source like petroleum or something. So hamster wheel, or we set up extra coal generators. Maybe down where they should be. Not that I know where that is. With all this storage around. They could come to here, right? They could be more central. And it'll drop down. The carbon dioxide is the main concern, but that'll drop down onto the skimmer we have. So if I had coal generator... Not in that room, but in these. So we did one here. What can we fit? We can fit 2 and a battery. Is a battery enough? Probably. Let's say yes. And then storage bins for coal to fill the room in. Do you want to, I don't know if you want doors. We have seen benefit to some things being rooms, but not everything, right? We're going to make a power station, I guess. No, you need a power control station for that to be a thing. But if you do that, generators built within a power plant can be tuned up using the power control station to improve power production. Okay. Not sure how we're going to handle that. Sounds like something that needs a bigger than normal room, so that's a future thing. Okay, they can go there, and then we'll do it again, and then we'll dismantle the one that's up there. Just so that everything's together, and all the heat is coming from one spot. Can't afford the battery yet, so we're going to have to dismantle one before we can make one. Unless I reset up the refinery. I think that's going to happen. So automation wire them in. But you can automation a regular pneumatic door. Okay, cool. Good to know. Could come in helpful in the future. This might be overkill on the coal storage, but better safe than sorry, I guess. Power wire that into. So if we wire that into the existing network, we can tidy that up in the future sometime. And that is operating. So we're gonna have a brief power cut. I tell them to disconnect that lot. Go for it. It's connected. Okay, it's all good. Oh, that's done, right? If I want to get rid of the ladder, the material from it's going to drop to the floor and we'll have to go down there to get it, which I don't want to do. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's going to be impossible without opening the wall up. So I guess we leave the ladder in there, but we can now block the room off, that's fine. I don't think we need to get the oxygen and stuff out of there, that'll be fine. Whatever. Of all those, extra shine nymphs are kind of welcome, so we'll have them. Did we recover? We did, enough to make a smart battery. So we'll do that. Wire them into themselves and automation them into themselves. Just change that lower threshold. Was it 10 we had or 20? I feel like it was 20. So if the battery goes under 20, it turns it on until we get to 100. Yeah, that's good. Generator idle, and the fuel request. See, I feel like it should be 100%. I don't know if that's crazy, but if they don't have fuel, come and give them fuel. As a regular priority job, I think it's fine. The coal in there. We put doors on that one, so let's put doors on this one as well. I guess. Be consistent. We don't need that ladder anymore. But apparently they can't reach the ceiling, even though they... Oh no, you usually do it from above, that's right, yeah. One in the middle should do the job. Then you'll work that out. So I definitely know we need a pump, obviously. Liquid pump, and we want one in gold because it puts the overheat temperature up. The overheat's typically 75, this is coming out to 95, so yeah, adding the gold is worth it. So get that wire built into somewhere we can reach, if only from below. Is that it? We're just gonna like dig that out in an awkward but semi-controlled fashion, and then we need... I'd say insulated pipe. We want to minimise... I don't think it really matters. The whole area is going to be hot anyway. Yeah, in this case I don't think it matters. As long as the pipe doesn't melt. So just a regular pipe with added overheat and not thermally reactive. So granite's good for that. Let's do the same actually. Let's take that. Let's take that over to a reservoir was my idea, right? There. So that I'll have hot water in. Then on the output pipe there'll be a temperature sensor, and once it's cooled down to an acceptable level, off it goes. Seems okay. We're going to want that pipe that it's sensing to be radiant, I guess. But also preferably not in this room, because this room's going to have a source of heat. And that can all stay in as long as it doesn't get too hot. You know, 95 is fine and it won't go over that. So as long as that all stays in, it's okay. Just want to block that off. Doesn't need to be insulated tar, but it can be. Then we block that off with our uranium door, maybe? There's no reason for them to go in once we built it, so no, we'll block it in. It could fit a second. I can't much see the point of that. If we want to be cooling it down, I guess we bring it up here and cool it down here. Easiest way to cool it down is inside the reservoir though. So I mean, if that insulation there does the job well enough, then it's all good. Big if, but let's assume it does. What I'm going to do is centralize that in the room. So move that over one, move that over one, and we'll block it in eventually. But we will attempt to cool it. It's a bit high up. What I'd love is for the -10 liquid over here's first stop to be to come up here and transfer heat with that reservoir, which I didn't actually check. Can we make that of gold? Okay, we should make that of gold as well, just to be safe. And then there was something I remember, like a part of the plumbing. You put it over the building and it increases temperature exchange. Yeah, there. A conduction panel. It allows extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. Whatever that means. It's, yeah, we'll run that over the reservoir and it will hopefully cool the water that's inside, add temperature to the -10 degree stuff, and then goes around the base at a... who knows. But for now, that needs to be a golden reservoir. And all these pipes in the area are a mess. Oh, that's okay. That goes exactly where we want it, actually, so... we can just pipe that into there and it's all good. Do need power supply, obviously, to there. And not from that network, unless we're going to split... yeah. So that is going to go there, and then we can plug that in. So the top power room is doing farming and some of the liquid pumps. That one liquid pump and various bits and pieces, okay. And the bottom room is powering the natural gas related stuff. Good. It's good. How is temperature up here? They haven't managed to bring it down at all, really. There is ice available. The icy fan is available and a high priority, and they are, okay, they're doing it. It's just not doing the job. Uh-oh. Another 11 cycles to go, 60,000 calories, half the farms are working. Can't do the math quickly in my head, but it doesn't seem safe. Those generators... I guess they're like an emergency backup, but I think we'll rebuild a new emergency backup somewhere else when it's needed. Just get rid of them for now. That's not quite right, is it? Don't quite want it like that. What was I saying about needing to analyze it first? So get rid of that. Cancel them. Bring that pipe this way. and up and over. But in that gap there's going to be... It's in here, I think. Liquid pipe thermo sensor can go there. And the liquid shut-off can go there. But there's no alternate route, so it's either go or stop. We pipe that in. We could replace those first few bits of pipe with a radiant pipe to help cool it down. I don't think it really will matter. The thing about making the reservoir cooler is the sensor isn't on the reservoir. It can't be. It's on the pipe outside of it. So if we take a couple of drops out and then cool what's in the reservoir, the couple of drops we're taking out aren't cool. So I think it kind of does make sense to make that radiant so that the coldness from the other pipes in the area does affect it. The room being insulated is a bad thing? Maybe. Maybe? Is the room being insulated a bad thing? Possibly. If we bring the -10 stuff in and focus it around there, we don't want it going everywhere else, so maybe not like a big deal, but still. I think... Yes, that is a bad thing. Therefore, we should move it into the room above it, where it's only partly insulated. But I think we should do that. So I'm going to deconstruct all of that. And all of that. And all of that. And... any plumbing that survived? No? Good. Okay. New plan. Put the pump, the golden one, in this corner instead. And it's going to run up to... Still only think one reservoir is needed. Put it there. That's kind of it. Underwhelming for that whole room, but I think that is it. Then we could take... So instead of sending this hot water to be deleted, that could be sent into this room to be chilled, processed. That's perhaps a later thought, but it could be quite simple. We just need a bridge before that, and it'll prioritise the bridge if it can. If this room gets too full and it can't, then it won't. Could be okay. Wire that in. And then plumbing that type of pipe into there. And then a bit of copper radium pipe coming out. 2 blocks. Shut off. Also copper, which we are running very low on. Then regular pipe. Should go down in, I guess. And that takes it closer to the heat. Is that counterproductive? Kind of. Do that. And sensor goes there. Automation wire between them. And power to the shut-off. Guess we'll see how that goes. It's another one where we're going to want to clean up the mess before, as best we can, I guess. That's what it's going to have to be. Best we can, because when we dig this out, boiling hot water is going to go. Nearly boiling hot water is going to go everywhere. And we won't have the suits ready, so... there's not enough room to store rocks. I don't know what to do about this. Are we really going to build another? I guess we are. I mean, I could set it to sweep only, empty it, and then they'd have room. And the other stuff would just sit on the floor in this room. Actually, I kind of like that, yeah. How do I... guess I just want to do that. Re-enable... what was it? Rock, raw mineral. There. Don't tell them to sweep that, and that can just sit there. But I have told them to sweep that, so they can tidy that up. Yeah, good. Just moving the mess to a different room. So we can... I'm not sure what we can dig before it starts actually spitting the water away. We don't know if it's dormant or when it's dormant, because it just says overpressure. Maybe it'll say dormant when it is. Because we could wait until it's dormant and then there's just a little bit of water in there. Which is probably a very good idea. Also get rid of those two bits so we can hop in and do a bit from this side. But we kind of want to like block that in, right? Yeah, we can't block there. We can put that block in and that block, but we can't do that one because it's just going to spit the water out. I think we need to wait until that becomes dormant. Oh, it's now dormant. That was quick. Okay. Swap the tiles that are on this side so it sits on the bottom. Try and do this quick. How's this doing? Still 10 cycles. This is getting worse. Quite bad. Also, the power has stopped, which will kill off them as well, because I've just disconnected. I said I need to be more careful, and then I was not more careful. Little bits of water, I guess, are from a pipe I deconstructed or something as well. Typical me. That's all good. Let's do them. I mean, that water can stay there, obviously. And if it's just gone dormant, it's going to be dormant for a while, based on the other ones. I don't think it's going to be like a day, so we should have time to play with this now without worrying. Lucky. That is a very helpful shine bug, keeping them alive for us. Yeah, temperature's just... It's balancing out, but it's balancing at 31. It's not where we want it balancing. Oh well. What we got for free here? Oh, some food. We'll take it. Better than nothing. Better than muckroot. It's a nice amount of coal in that storage, actually. I'm happy to see that. Good, that's done. Did I break any piping? Yeah. What's that? Water to the oxygen generator. Pretty important. Okay, so if we dig that out, it's dormant and the water in there is at 30 degrees because it's been overpressured. It hasn't been making the hot stuff. So I think actually we dig the whole lot, get the analysis done before it stops being dormant, hopefully. When it's currently wet and cold. Okay, good. Worried about the wrong thing. It looks like it's going to take a while. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't erupt. We do want to sweep. Any mess here? Looks like we've got space for it all. In the silly storage I've made. Excellent. Oh, they were actually pumping. Which is good. I just haven't set this sensor yet, have I? What are we saying? Green. So it's allowed out if the temperature is below 50. I mean, that's still pretty hot, right? Let's go more sensible would be 30. I'm thinking while it's sat here, it's going to cool down some more. But 30 should be okay. We'll see. Auto's doing good there. We can block in this side. And we're doing the double layer just so that the water is encouraged towards the pump. I don't think we need anything else in there. So yeah, finish the analysis, block it in, job done. It's currently red light because the water in there is at 31 degrees. And it's only going to cool down if we change the ambient down, which we soon, hopefully. But yeah. Even that should be helping. I guess this abyssalite, because it was in the hot biome, it's got a lot of heat stored in it. We could dig that all out. Even down here it's 32 degrees. And the abyssalite is a problem. Although it's got no thermal conductivity, so it's not... I don't get how that works. It shouldn't be heating the water or the air around it, but it appears that it is. It's confusing. Oh well. This edge is now colder than the middle of the room. Because the lights are emitting heat as well, that's something. Bear in mind. And the grill over the road. This looks, yeah, uncomfortably hot. As does that. The water's only 35, it's just visual. 8 cycles to go and things should start changing. Not that I'm entirely confident that it's going to be any good. We'll see. What are they up to? It's work time, right? Yeah. They're not analysing. More important things to do, I guess. Ooh, our little pips have been. We had some eggs for them. They have been born. We'll be able to collect and ranch them up at some point, I guess. They make dirt, from what I remember. Right? Yeah. If we feed them thimble reeds, which we kind of want the reeds, but... yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can do both, maybe. If we can get enough water and polluted water for whatever is involved. But yeah, then they give dirt. We feed the dirt to the sage hatches, we get the coal. And we have a good source of power. I'm just thinking. So currently the cold liquid stored in here, sent over here and goes down. Seems okay. I guess divert on the left hand side, like down is just storage and gases. If we keep it that way or make it other hot stuff, then fine, it can be -10. When it comes back up to this point, we might divert it over the coal generators to cool them down because they create heat. Or maybe just through their room, over, up and back again if we move this pipe somewhere else, you know, wherever. It's needed, but it can go wherever. Maybe. I mean, we could just divert off some of this... oh no, this is salty liquid, so it can't go in the skimmer. Interesting. Fine. Yeah, definitely divert it off here, so that pipeline needs to move. If I'm going to run a pipe over this, we need a clear shot, so... send that up and in instead. And then... oh, we need to get some refined metals in order to build that conduction over this and get the pipe back out again somehow. Yeah, I don't know how anyone could build a neat and tidy pipelines in this game. I'm all over the place. Must be doing something, it just doesn't really look like it. The ice fan area is still like... Oh no, it is around 24 itself, okay. When they're there, it is moving it. It's doing something. Do we need more ice? No, there's a bit there. Yeah, there's a bit there, but a bit more would be good. So I can dig that out. Again, we can bring it into the room, but it'll turn into water, which will make a mess. Which, you know, we can tidy up, but... analysis complete. Excellent. So this is next active in 57 cycles. So hopefully we have enough water to last until then. Maybe. But I doubt it. But fine. There we have the data. The average 2.7 kilograms a second. Again, sounds alright for what we're trying to do. Don't really know, but we'll see. One thing that might be worth doing is taking the overly hot stuff and putting it in there so we do end up with a bit more. Just need to put a bridge there and it'll do the job. It's salty though. This is water, this is salty water. We'd need to desalinate it before we put that in. Don't think that's going to happen. Don't think. I'm not sure how we would do that. My thing would be trying to push it to steam and rather than... There is like a building, right? Station? No, a utility? Some kind of plumbing thing? No. Salination. Desalinator. Which will take in the salt water. A lot of power. But will give us water back. Yeah. Some heat. So I mean, we could do that. No reason not to. 480 watts is a lot of power, but we can do it. It could go in this room. When it's too hot, it comes to the desalinator and then gets fed in to be cooled down. Seems fine. So that does rotate, yeah, so we can do it that way round. Juggling those pipes around would be a nightmare. But if we move this hydrogen generation, it might get better. In fact, we could do it over this side at that point, and then instead of feeding it for deletion, which I want to see this work just to prove it does. But having proven that, it makes more sense to desalinate and feed into the system. We're looking short on water. We're looking like in the next 57 cycles we're going to need a new source of water. Which is not great. I mean, melting the ice down is one way of getting water, I guess. What's this? So the thermonullifier, I assume, is piped. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Pipe in hydrogen. It'll make the area cold. So ultimately we can have something a bit more technical, like a cold water storage and a hot water storage. We'll just desalinate all of this so that it's water. Then if it's too hot, send it there. If it's too cold, send it somewhere else. I know, complicated stuff. We can take free gold, that's fine. People aren't really doing anything, right? We're waiting on this, and someone should be making icy cold, which they are. This is ready, other than, yeah, feeding the loop in and stuff, but we need refined metal for that, which we'll need to set the refinery back up and deal with the heat from it. Which we can do now, actually. Because we just pump the output from that into this room. Interesting. If there's space in this room, that'll work. I mean, we can create like a little lock so that there is space. Let's not worry about that. At this point, let's not worry about that. I think we might just grow the base a bit on the left side there where we've started. Just to carry that on. And then we'll worry about other things later on. Get rid of that. Start building in. It's going to send a load of water spilling everywhere, but I think we'll just deal with that when we deal with that. Now here there's some polluted oxygen, but could we take this wall down? Just not even sure why it was there in the first place. I'm sure there was a good reason, but I think that can come down now. Oh, and we could build that up instead. Could build another layer up as well. Just to fit more bedrooms, maybe? Or something? This might all fit a bit nice if it did go one higher. Let's go for it. There should be airflow anyway, so not that. That's all fine, just jump that. And then be careful around here and we'll deal with that in a minute. Putting the bleach stone into this storage seems fine, but that storage is a bit full. There's space in here for more though. More storage we could put in. So we can dig this out. I'm sure that'll be fine to dig out. But let's do what we've got here first. Dig all that. Put the ladder all the way up. At the fire pole, it's just ore, that's okay. Doesn't need refined. Take it a little higher. Might just make that too wide all the way up. Nah, don't need to do that. Just a little bit. We need to get access to the ceiling, don't we, so we can dig that much out. And yeah, like I say, deal with that in a bit. Although, yeah, that's bleach stone, so let's not let that off gas immediately until we're ready to work over there. Dig all that out. We can plan in some of the airflow tiles where I can work it out. That needs changing over. That needs an extra bit of tile. Cancel off the ones that should be airflow. That one needs deconstructing. And it does help if I click in the right spot. No big deal there. Cancel that one. Okay, I think that's all correct. And then we can open this up. There's a sink that side already, so that's safe. They can open that up. And the bedrooms, they might not like people walking in, but they can come from both sides. Do just need to make sure there's a door on it, or it'll stop being a bedroom. Cool. I'll square that up a bit. We'll do that and then tidy up whatever mess that's made. Round that off at the top. I mean, maybe we should do one to the right as well. We could do that. Extend this over one to the right and start bringing it down to join up with all this. Makes a lot of sense. Add, you know, both sides of the base growing, although the cooling happens in the middle. So I guess we just want to keep anything that makes heat in the middle, and that'll be okay. Might be quite nice for this hot salt water geyser to be put into an insulated box of its own and kept dormant or whatever, kept overpressured. Get it under control, get the heat in that area under control. Could be good. 19 cycles till more gas, and we're okay at the moment, but we haven't been using a ton. It hasn't been active all the time, the generator. But it was good. 4 seems like a good amount to have started with. We may need to expand it, but not bad for now. Kind of happy. 5.6 cycles until we get some cooling done. Some meaningful cooling. Not bad out there. It's coming down. It's under 31 on the plants themselves. At least it's available. Good. Okay. Just gotta be patient with it, I guess. Why don't we mop up water, because it's water. It's cold, icy water even. Go put that into our supply and use it. The other puddles here, we could take that. It's more melted ice anyway. Do that, and the stuff that's got moved around here. Sand that's fallen needs digging. Don't build from that side, you're gonna get stuck. It's just some way I could tell them not to build from that side, or I mean I can just get rid of the ladder I guess, but they need to go that side to get rid of it. Oh well. I think they'll work it out when they get stuck in a slimy area with no way out. What are they like? Yep, there we go. Tell you what. Let's do the sensible thing and leave a gap just in case they keep doing it. There's oxygen actually, I haven't looked at that in a while. It's good. The new areas we're opening up aren't great, but that's to be expected. They will get balanced. And yeah, bottom of the base has a lot of carbon dioxide and chlorine. That's because, you know, this is still here. We are planning on getting rid of this, and then it should get all those gases into the middle instead. At the moment, the hole is encouraging them to come and drop down here. Are we ready to get rid of this? Yeah, I think we could. Don't know how carbon dioxide got in that room. Interesting. Someone must have walked in there for some reason. Oh, there was something to tidy up. They went in, tidied up, exhaled, and there you go. That's what happens. I think we can. If we need to get into the room to fix something, we'll just set something up to get into the room and fix it. That ladder can stay there because I don't really want to be tidying that up. And the pump sorts through whatever else happens, so yeah, let's deconstruct all of that. We want to get those oxygen masks kept somewhere safe. If I can find where they are in this list. If they're even an item you can put into storage like that. Might not be a thing. Oh, clothing? Clothing. Oxygen mask and worn oxygen mask can be stored in there, that's fine. Good. So yeah, get rid of that initially, and that lot can go. Then we need to be careful about how we get rid of this door. Or I think we just get rid of it and let the pump do the work. I was figuring we might... I don't know. No, we have to keep the pump there to get the gas, so... In this case, yeah, I think we just get rid of the door, block it in. Or we keep the door and lock it. It's not insulated. The door is not insulated like the tiles are, so it makes more sense to replace it with proper insulated igneous rock tile, like we have all the way around the room. So a bunch of that gas is going to rush in, and Quinn's going to get, I don't know, eardrum problems, change of pressure. Too hungry. Did I time this really badly? No, they are going to come do it. Good. Good. Just can't breathe for long enough. We could have done that first with the oxygen mask on and then whatever, but yeah, there we go. Sweep up everything that's there. That bottle of oxygen we've got nothing to do with, so we just have to leave that. And it's not like we need to get rid of it entirely. I think I will, though, just for the visual. Yeah. Deconstruct the tiles first, then we'll do the ladder bit by bit. Might be able to jump from what we've got built down here, but I kind of doubt it. So, yeah. Deconstruct a couple, and then a couple more, and then so on and so on. Opens that up a bit more, so all that bad gas will just go wherever it can, I guess, wherever's open. Mix around a bit. We will block our base in, and that'll encourage the gases over to the processing area. The only thing we're not processing out is the natural gas that escaped. Which I don't really know what to do about that. Nothing, I guess. End of day now, so tomorrow they'll have to finish. Right. Marina's going to come do it for us. They didn't need a shout. Good. Block that in. The hatch has escaped to down here somehow. Fine. As long as they're not in the room full of rocks, I guess. 3.7 cycles. These plants are still not alive. Close-ish. Some cold water sat there might help. Maybe low on ice again. Let's mark some more ice for digging. What's going on? We've got polluted water all over the place because I must have done something stupid to... Yeah, I did. Of course I did. I opened the doorway up. And that's completely broken all the plumbing. And there's nothing that warns you about that. So... we're going to have a mess to tidy up. What a lovely way to wake up in the morning. I mean... get them pipes put in urgently first so it doesn't happen again. And then I guess you get mopping. Anything else to mop? A few bits of water there. Can do that bit. Looks like they've done everything else. So we can now block that gap off as well quite safely. Have a lot of polluted oxygen around the place now, which isn't great. A few deodorizers around. Maybe we should do the thing again where we just put them randomly around the base. If we could find a plant that... what does this mirth leaf do? It survives in polluted oxygen, but doesn't convert it. Might be nice if we filled the base with a plant that has no maintenance but gets rid of polluted oxygen for us. I doubt that exists. Probably has maintenance. What do we got? Some oxyfern seed. That'll do for now. Substantic germs. Yeah, we got slime lung all over the place. Is a bit of an issue. Unless we drop a pocket of chlorine in. Which we were kind of about to do, so that, I don't know, it might help. Could be a thing. This room's fine, just the carbon dioxide is going to get put through and that system is there to process that, so no issues. 3 cycles off. Cold air being made, but not being effective yet. No power. Because the natural gas pipe is blocked. No, the carbon dioxide output has been broken by earlier building. Didn't even think of that. Oops. Our food is spoiling. Never mind. We can get that fixed. Get that CO2 flowing, that'll get the power going again. Good. Anything else I've broken? I mean, probably, but we'll live. Let's finish off this last room up here. So we want to get all the way over, dig all that out. That's the plan. And then we want the bleach stone to go into storage in this room. Which, sure, we'll put over here. It can fit some stuff. Eventually. I want to take the ladder up and the pole. build the roof in. Airflow. Do we want to? Yeah, we do want to flow between them and there. When that plant's out of the way, that ladder can now go, which is nice. But it's bedtime, so we open the pocket up, let the chlorine in, and then go to bed. Oh well, I think it'll be fine. We've got this thing at the bottom that captures the chlorine, so eventually it'll make its way down there. They might just have to hold their breath in certain areas for a while. And if we're lucky, the chlorine will make its way to all the pockets where the germs are. But I doubt that. Wrong side of the base. Oh well, we're getting somewhere. Oh, they got that plant done, so we can put that in. Then want to get rid of the bleachstone that is emitting into an area that can fall into the base. No. We want to do what we did the other side and block the top off. Fine. To be consistent there, that hole could still let chlorine in though. So I think we should get it all down. I think that's best. Just the ones that are exposed to our base, which if we open that up is pretty much all of it. Which we've... Yeah, that's it though. There's nothing through there, so that's fine. Just need a temporary ladder to get up there and do that. We can get that sorted, that's fine. We should put an airlock door at the top of the base. Yeah, we can worry about that later. We'll probably end up with a room up here, like a different construction that has atmosphere suits in for people going towards the surface. Probably a bit higher up even. Build that in eventually. If we're going to do anything on the surface, it's tempting to put some solar panels out, maybe, but I don't think the amount of power they make is going to be worth it. Start bringing that ladder down, it's done its job. Good. Lots of seeds from all that. Cool. Finish off what's planned there, that's all fine, looking fine. Brings an even warmer patch into the base, but that's whatever. Ramp and hatch. I don't know, it might be nice if there's a way of setting a whole area or something, telling them to catch all of the bugs in it. Bring them to a certain area. How's that working at the moment? Because that says that, so if we have that shut in a room, if we put a critter drop off just in the base, the big room around everything, and said it's allowed 0 critters and you should wrangle the surplus, then they should pick up everyone, right? I think? And drop them into somewhere? Maybe? Don't know. Not too important, but yeah. This, I want to only have the organic slime and polluted dirt, yep. Take the bleachstone out and put it in this one. And we'll allow 2 just in case there is so much of that's needed, I guess. Still would love to get that carbon dioxide out there, but it's kind of relevant. Anytime someone walks in, they're breathing and it's adding more in. So other than perhaps an airflow tile on the bottom, but then the other gas would just escape as well, so yeah. Maybe a bright idea will come to me at some point, but not at the moment. One and a half cycles to go until something happens and we see if all of our work was worth it or not. It'll take some time for it to do anything, I guess, and if there is like a major problem, like it's too cold, that'll take a long time to find that out. Temperature here is not really improving at all, even with the door open. Oh well. What's that doing down here for materials now? A lot of polluted oxygen, interesting. And everything's kind of being mixed up and being pumped around and moved and something. I think in time that'll all circulate, but it would be nice to get rid of that polluted oxygen actually. I mean all of the pockets. Did we have in the flower pot? So I have to dig this up if I want to even look at the information of something else. Can we see? Oh, here we go, farmable plants. We can go through them one at a time. Okay. Just doesn't really say, does it? It's all just decoration, from what I remember. Yeah, it can function in polluted oxygen, but it's not to say it cleans it. In general, I think the idea of plants is they take in the carbon dioxide and whatever, but that might not be what happens in the game. Spore Kid's a really scary one right here. We don't want to farm them. Yeah, not anything there to suggest it will do what I want it to at all. So unless there's, I mean, these are just what goes in a flower pot. Could put farm tiles around the place. Can we grow? Yeah, don't know. Oxyfern takes in carbon dioxide, not polluted oxygen. No, something must take in polluted oxygen though. All these options. Don't know. Not too important, because I don't really want to put farm tiles all around the base. Better to spend the tiny bit of power. A couple of deodorizers here and there. I mean, let's have one down the bottom here, I guess, because there's quite a lot. Let's go there. There's quite a lot around here. Put one there. What's the gap? So 2, 1, 2 there. I think we're kind of good except for over here specifically. Let's power them for a while. Temporary, but they may end up there forever if I forget. See how that goes. Okay, so tomorrow at some point we should start getting that cold liquid around. Calories are still fine, although everyone's eating muck root at the moment. Sure, they're not happy about that, but they are happy about everything else, so yeah, I don't think we need to worry too much. Ellie's a bit close, but that's because they didn't eat in the fancy dining room. If they'd just done that, they'd be even happier. Yeah, it's all good. We built that in good. It's all fine. So bring the left-hand side down a bit before it gets too hot. Do need to be careful, that left edge, it's very close to the sulfur, but it lines up okay in the end. On the right-hand edge, we just need to deal with the mess we've made of doing this. But if we deal with that, it'll be fine. Open a gap, it's going to kind of dribble. They're all kind of closed off. We'll need to mop some of it up, but we could start moving this ladder over to where it belongs and bring it all the way up. Really want them going to build in the ugly bit, but you know, not yet. Dig out the block next to it, and dig out all that. We'll see how that goes for now. Still, yeah, icky germy stuff here. Let's get the icky germy stuff dug up, it might help. It has died over here. We may have just carried it elsewhere, I guess, but yeah. Free stuff? Ooh, good options. Everyone has something to wear. Snazzy suit doesn't sound amazing. Doesn't sound like the best one around, so... But we don't need... I mean, barbecue would make them happier because it's nicer food. We don't need the calories. We've got 60,000. Things are going to be okay, and they'll go back to their regular mediocre food. Let's get the suit. I'm going to add that to storage here. We'll allow all clothing. Perfect. Now we watch. No, 80 seconds? 70 seconds? Okay. Tells us the exact time it's going to go on. Some good analysis we did there. Getting that yucky lung effect. Lovely. Maybe we could do with a deodorizer over here. Or once we've got everything connected up, we can do that. Deodorize that area. Just do the rest of the base for now. Which, yeah, something's happening slowly here and there. So we now get 89 cycles of functioning. That's a long time. That's nice. It's a big, long time for it to build up. Hopefully we've got enough storage as well that it can function during its next dormancy. Just now a case that... Oh right, it's not going to erupt today because we've got the 500 seconds that it doesn't erupt to get through before it hits the eruption period in half a cycle's time. Should be in the middle of the night. Okay, that's all good. We can get rid of nothing else yet. A lot of this later. All of it, go on. I'm sure it'll be safe enough to do that. We can mop up. No. We can if I pick the mop tool. Don't need to do anything down there, just the little odd bits that made a mess. Would be good. Mop up some more of this, just plain old cold water as well to have, because yeah, that is not going to last us long enough. Bit worrying, but I'm sure we'll find an answer before it matters. Maybe. Do we have to find I think the only infinite water source we found are the geysers. Yeah. Everything else kind of consumes a lot of it. This thing keeps not feeding itself as well. I need to work out what I've done wrong there. Not wrong, but you know. People call this type of thing a self-powered oxygen maker, but it's not. It's not powering itself when mathematically it should be. So something's wrong with it, but I have no idea what. We can swap the filtering out to the newer automation-based thing we've been doing. Reduce the power consumption, but even then, yeah, don't know. Here we go. There's no power. Why is there no... What have I done? Oh, when I was taking that ladder out, didn't even think of it. There's a bit of wire behind that ladder. And that I didn't plug it in the first place. Not that I think we need that. No, there's no polluted oxygen here. There's a deodorizer at the gap we made at the entry, so let's not bother with that one. Just deconstruct it. It is pumping. Okay. Plumbing then. I've knocked the plumbing out as well. Is that the right? That's granite. Yeah, at that stage. Okay. Nice and cold. I mean, very cold in there. It's at -3. That's weird, or interesting. Comes out at -10. -8, -9 when it hits the floor. Because over time that'll chill down even more in there. Liquid pump's at 7.5. And then, yeah, coming out 7, but as soon as it came out of the insulation, it's dropped to 3. -3. Which is a big change. Interesting. I mean, good. It means it's doing its job. If it's heating up, it means the environment around is cooling down. I mean, it's already in positive numbers. Big time. By the time it gets down here, that's not exactly what I was expecting, but it's fine. 4 or 5 degrees down here. And yeah, this is obviously a hot area. The front block is now like over 20. But the ones down here are colder, so yeah, as things balance out, this isn't indicative of how it's going to run, I guess. Like overall. So interesting, there's just a white blob for the salt water or the brine. This is just a fully white blob. Unless something was bugged. No. It's a blue blob and brown blob and white. Cool, though. So it's... what's currently up here is at 20 degrees, so it is actively cooling this area. You should have... ah, that's not going to help. And it's connecting back up as well. Yeah, there we go. So they're going through the shut-off, which is currently shut off. Even though I think the first blob maybe should have been diverted, but it, you know, it wasn't. Whatever. And the pump is going at half. So we could do with kind of forcing it to back up a little to... it'll back itself up. The first loop around is only half blobs, but now another half blob is combining, so we're getting full blobs going around at high temperature. Not like high, but over 25 on the second loop round. Hopefully that changes. Oh, I made a mess. Somehow a mess was made. Let me dig that out to stop it dribbling weird. Mop up whatever's in the base. Oh, and then it's stopped. Okay. Did we get enough to fill the loop then? Don't think so. No. And we're about to delete a whole bunch, which isn't ideal. Hopefully over the course of a few pumpings we can get the heat balanced better. You can see the cold pipes. It having an effect. It might take a while, but maybe it'll work out in the end. Yeah, it could take quite a few cycles. Hopefully it doesn't take 87 cycles for it to start being worth it. Just mop up whatever we can reach that looks ugly. There's some liquid. I think it'll take a while to fill that room, even if most of it is coming this way. I don't know if we should have sent it around further. Like again, even though it's too hot. Because it would have balanced all the areas of the base. Which we don't want, right? We don't want to balance all the areas of the base. We don't want to bring any of this 50-60 degree heat towards the plants. It's fine, started, which is a good thing. Oxygen looking okay. The loop is now empty. That's not a good start. I mean, it'll let us see the deletion system pretty quick, but... well, it is what it is, I guess. As long as that pipe doesn't heat all the way back up to what it was, you know, as long as there's a net cooling effect, then over time it'll... something will happen. But I think it's not going to happen quick enough for these plants, so we'll keep the icy fan going. More and more. Or move the plants sooner. Like this side of the base we've just unlocked is a bit cooler than everywhere else. It's maybe worse for the water pumping pipe arrangement, but that doesn't really matter. Those blobs are hot. All the blobs are hot this time. It's good though, it's doing what I want, but we do need it to maintain a colder temperature if we're going to run it directly over this 95-degree water to try and cool that down. I mean, yeah, that's going to be a very hot spot in 48 cycles from now. So hopefully in 48 cycles we would have cooled everything down enough to get the water to go round multiple times and everything, you know? We'll see. We'll see. Can we stop this at all? Because that might be something I would like. Just like a switch we can flick that stops the hot water coming out. Just in case. It's kind of irrelevant because when the reservoir's full of hot water, it's full of hot water. It's too late. So, yeah, never mind. It can be done, you know, automation wire into the pump to a switch is pretty simple. We just open the door back up. But yeah. Some of the blobs are being permitted through for a second loop. Only some, but, you know. It's good. Second time round. It seems fine. Dunno. Over the 25 that we want things to be at. Or that we've set for things to be at, but 2 loops around is good. Helpful. I mean, that area already looks colder than it looked before. Unless I'm imagining things, but I don't think I am. This is a difficult battle with the heat that built up in this area. But even that, even here, visibly improving. And around here, not so much yet, but... up here never really looked that bad anyway. Before 25, just this corner where the hotter biome was next door is the issue. We just erase everything that's in that biome. All the bits of abyssite and everything so it doesn't look so red. It's hard to tell how much that's moved, because we dug quite a way into the cold biome, so I don't think it's really moved. The blue hasn't moved that much. Just the border green area is wider. I mean, this area now is around 30, which is definitely an improvement. And the room is under 30 now, just that the plants are not. But the room is, that's good. So it won't be long until those plants are working again. It's a printable. A lava egg? Oh, it's a slickster egg. Interesting. Consumes carbon dioxide to make crude oil. We can work with that, right? Can we work with that quick enough that they're not going to cause a problem? Because if they just incubate into the base and start spewing crude oil everywhere, that's a problem. But if we kind of did something as a priority to get them into a room, we pump carbon dioxide into that room and we collect the crude oil somehow. 2 rooms, I'm thinking, with a mesh floor. I think we could make it work. Okay. I printed them, so we need to do something about that. I'm not sure they're going to make a lot of heat, but carbon dioxide drops. So we've got carbon dioxide down here and it's being collected. And if there's too much for their room, then we want to skim it still. Oh, that doesn't... I don't think that matters. We just run more ventilation pipes around. Why don't we use this area on the left in line with these things? Yeah, let's do it over here. So we're going to have mesh tile floor that allows the crude oil they make to drip into the level underneath. It's going to need to be boxed in. Or maybe, yeah, with some way of getting in and out wouldn't be amiss. I assume it's, yeah, I don't know. Not going to flood over. If we put a ladder on this side, then we can get in and out if we need to. Maybe. We'll see. We're going to want a pump. Doesn't need to be gold this time, but we have more gold than anything else, so I'm tempted to do it anyway. That's going to get the crude oil out. We need to do something on the doors. What did I do here? I just left the door like normal. I'm tempted to put the door in the air, because our people can go up and through it. And I don't think a slickster can climb on the walls. Some of the things can, which I guess makes it irrelevant. I just put a door on it and see. Hopefully they stay inside. Hopefully. We're going to need a bunch of stuff. Critter drop-off. Let's put that on the far left. We're going to need a... I'm not sure we do need a critter feeder. It said it just used carbon dioxide. We'll go without for now and see if that's a mistake. So we need... Is there a station? Farm, shearing, power control, no. I don't see it. What's it called? Grooming station. Should be in here. Yeah, there it is, right at the start. Yeah, that's fine. Put that there. And then, yeah, we can set this critter drop-off, so... This is for slicksters and slickster babies. I don't know how many are going to be happy. It was like 4 of the other guys, so maybe we go with 4. Let's see how that goes. Auto-wrangle the surplus. We've got nowhere else to put them at the moment, so until we solve that, we won't bother. We'll just make a situation that we don't like. This is outside of a stable. Why? It's too big. This is 97 tiles and it's a maximum of 96. It could be because we opened it up to put that ladder in. Well, in my mind, the best thing to do then is just block a tile in randomly. Weird. They want to have carbon dioxide, actually, so I need to think about that. I didn't think of that. We're going to have to change it up a bit if we're going to fill this room with carbon dioxide. We won't want a pneumatic door. We'll want a proper airlock. But I don't think we need them to, like, put a mask on to go in, although that might be a good idea, because then they can stay in the room for longer. If we had a manual airlock would do. Just to hold the air in, and if they open the door and carbon dioxide comes out, it's not much different to them breathing. It'll just fall down the base and get skimmed, hopefully. But we could put in oxygen mask checkpoint afterwards. And we can do it, and then they can stay in the room longer, which, yeah, that seems like a good thing. In that case, we want airflow there. Then we want to block another door there. That'll be good. We need to pipe oxygen over to here, don't we? Ventilation pipe. Which we're already doing it to there, so that's actually not awful. Not bad. How we get the carbon dioxide over is also relatively simple because it comes out of this natural gas generator. We just need to get the other gas out. Maybe we can do that just by leaving the doors open, pumping it full of carbon dioxide. And then, you know, not making a pleasant environment, but it'll sort itself out over time. But that's all good. If we put that block in, and yeah, block the floor off as well. Good idea. Then the grooming station goes in, and the actual livable area will have shrunk now, so that'll be fine. They'll be fine with that. Just going to put that to there for now until we know what we're doing. Because we're not going to start pumping crude oil until we need to. If they're just making it and it's dribbling through, I assume they stop at the point they drown themselves. Maybe they don't. I don't really know. I can't remember seeing any down here. There are some. There's one. But he might not have enough carbon dioxide to test that theory. I would be concerned, but it might be possible that they just keep making it, and then if we open that door, crude oil is going to go everywhere. So we would need a function that stops them, but I don't know how we do that. I guess we'll find out. This could be the thing that destroys the base. As far as I know, he's going to flood it with crude oil by accident. But if that's what we do, then so be it. I guess we want to dig out the area underneath to use the crude oil nearby as well. Or maybe pump it into a storage reservoirs. If we have lots of them, then we're less likely to have an issue. We'll see. Apparently that's unreachable. That'll be because you need to put the dock on. There we go. How's the temperature doing? There's some cold pockets around the pipes. It is still warm. It's alternating now, I guess. Stuff on its second loop in the low 20s, stuff on its first loop at 15. Pretty cool. Some of the plants nearest the pipe have started reviving, so I think the pipe is doing better than the fan is. It's actually cooling this area down. I mean, it does seem to be doing something significant, which is awesome. I've refined metal storage. It's kind of empty, right? There's a little bit in there, but we've kind of run out. That is interesting. The liquid is not really liquiding properly. I guess not a surprise in such a tight area full of stuff. But it could trigger the sensor a bit prematurely, I guess. Although it's coming down on the right, and then, I don't know. We'll see. This might happen without me even noticing it's happening, so I don't know if we want to do something about that. Not sure if we unlocked it, but there is a thing, right? Like when it gets a signal, it pauses the game for you. I can't check research tree at the moment. I don't see it here, and I'm pretty sure it would be here. Not sure what it would be called either. Notify? Oh, it's there, but not unlocked. Yeah. So we didn't unlock that option, which would be nice to pause and then be able to come over and see it happen. But oh well, maybe we just got to keep the screen pointed at it. That needs a mask delivering, and then they'll be able to build the grooming station and get in there to put them in. We should do, I forgot, but this is what we did before, is manually move the eggs. Select each one and tell them to move them into location, which they will be able to do once they've got the mask in place. I hope. It'd be nice to sweep up everything in there as well, just, you know, so our little dudes have a nicer place to live. And we'll move our hatchlings to be above them. keeping it in level with all this liquid stuff. We've got 3 more levels, so do hatches, sage hatches, and the drowning pool. And then the pips need somewhere to go, though. Oh well, we'll work it out. I'm going to want, just to remind myself, a gas vent in this room. Maybe at the back of the room. I won't mess around with that yet. When we're focused on it, we can look at how we do that. What I will do first is take a short break, as we are just over 2 hours in, as usual. I'll just take 5 minutes to stretch the legs, give the brain a bit of a rest. When I'm back, I'm hoping we'll get the opportunity to see this working. There seems to be a problem with it. We might need to fiddle, but we'll see about that. And then there's various things we can move around. We can move around our electrolyzer. We could expand production, but I don't think we've got the water for it yet. Keep an eye on the cooling. Move more of the ranches and farms around. We could keep farms on the right now, ranches on the left. I don't know, we'll play with some things for another couple of hours, but for now, I'll just take 5 minutes. See you shortly. Hello, hello there. I'm back from the break. Let's get things unpaused. And then, yeah, we seem to have a problem here that I think we need to address. The liquid is not flowing properly. So the vent is overpressured. It's not venting, which will cause the hot stuff to keep going, even if it's not supposed to. Yeah. It's interesting, but there's no alternative. We don't want it to sit still. Sitting still would be the worst. That's also a problem as well. It should be prioritizing the bridge, not the new stuff. So there's something wrong with that connection, and there's a problem there, and... is anything working? Something must be, right? The temperature is dropping significantly all over the place. Except the last bit that it goes through. That does make sense. And we're going to move them. So that'll be okay, ultimately. Are all of those... one is still not alive. But it will be very soon. It's under 30, so it will be. Should we keep him going with the fan? I don't see the point anymore, really. Leave everything else there for a minute. We'll tidy it up soon enough, but let's get that door locked again for the time being. Although they can now... oh yeah, they can now just get around, but oh well. Okay. This ought to be the easier one. I think it's prioritising it because they're bigger blobs, so it's okay now. Half blobs and less than half blobs. Half blobs and half blobs combining. But okay, temperatures too, don't need to stress right now. Now we have full blob and full blob? No. We have fractional amounts coming through. Should we put a valve on this? That's a thing that we've not used, right? That exists, but we've not really seen. A valve. Controls the liquid volume permitted through. So we can tell it, or we can have it so that only full blobs move, because that's more efficient. You should probably do the same with all the pumps as well. We talked about that before, like having them pump when there's a full blob available is more power efficient, because you get a whole blob for the power you put in. Each blob costs the same amount of power to suck up. Bit late in there. I mean, next time it goes dormant, we can go in and change it. We just put a sensor in, right? And unlike what we did before, it does just need to be a sensor at height. It hits that and it will pump a full blob because it's submersed. And it might only pump one blob, but it'll pump a full blob. Should. You can test it in that room because that's accessible. This one even. In any case. Yeah, I think we should just be trying to inject full blobs. So let's try using a valve and see what happens. We'll put it that way. And then we will deconstruct that bit of pipe. Go up and into there and down from there. We'll see what that does. How is the temperature? Yeah, this room is cold. Not freezing. This room is also not... oh, it is freezing at the bottom where the liquid's lying on the floor, yeah. At the top it's still 5 degrees, which is somewhat surprising. I do think this room's going to get very, very cold as well. And door might want replacing ultimately when we're happy with everything, if we're ever happy with everything. We've got more slicksters. Well, that'll accelerate that whole thing. They are pending move. Hasn't printed yet. No, pending move, but they can be moved now. There's going to be too many, but I'm just going to have to work that out. It might not be too many because it's a double-sized room. We'll see. Got nowhere to put dirt. Dirt. It's in those, I think. Was it these? No, that's rock. Miscellaneous, so metal, miscellaneous, rock, and mineral. So we could do with more rock storage, and we need some dirt storage apparently. That's all sand. That room, what are we going to use that room for? Something, I'm sure. I mean, what else can we do other than put a set of storage in them? Change what's what. Maybe. I'm going to get rid of the end 2 to be consistent. I'll have an extra room for all this. Just need to build more. Use up all this junk. And this is for dirt, which is soil. Yeah. Dirt and clay, sure. Why not? Oh, tidy all that up. Can I... No, the move doesn't have a priority level that we can set. Oh, maybe this send. Yeah. Good. That should be pretty high, right? The drop-off needs to be a 7. So that things can get processed right in the future at some point. Get various bits done. I need piping for the carbon dioxide. Go to there, then... How does this work? It takes the bridge if it can take the bridge. So we do bridge and pipe, and then if that backs up it'll go the other way, which also needs a bridge. And to there. Although, do I want a way to, like, stop this? Probably, right? We want a way of just being able to stop this if something's going wrong. Well, we come and dismantle a bit of pipe or whatever if something's going wrong, that's fine. We'll live. And we're just going to pump that in there and try and force the other stuff out eventually. Or even if it's just a top layer, I don't think they're going to live on the top layer, so fill the rest of the room with carbon dioxide should be good. Every time they open that door, something's going to come out. We even could just airflow the top, or open the top up. Just temporarily. And then when it's full, we'll seal it back in. Maybe. Worry about the pump when we've actually got something to pump. It's going to take a while for these to actually incubate and then work out what the hell's going on. But nice, though, that we got given those randomly, and that is potentially a source of oil that's going to save us from needing to go down into this really hot, scary area. We'll see how that goes. I do find it interesting. It does seem like farming and ranching of materials, especially ranching, is not balanced with the difficulty in getting things naturally through mining, I guess, is what I see as the default option. Ranching just seems way better. Fiddly, but in a way I can't be bothered with, and you know, but still. Doing? Not gone dormant, have we? No. A long time until that. The melting ice over here is now dripping all the way through everywhere. I guess we'll live. I might come mop a bunch of that up. Get some free water. Let's just close the door. It doesn't need to be locked anymore because they can take the alternate route. So be it. Then plants are all alive now. Is it me, or does that liquid look like it's going the wrong way? Oh, that's the oxygen. But I didn't fix this at all, did I? This we want to set to the maximum, sure. So only full blobs go through. Reservoir will back up, and then full blobs will go out. And then we'll see what happens at this junction, because it appeared at some points to be doing the wrong thing. We do need the existing ones to take priority. But yeah, we need to fix this. Which what can we do? It's clinging to the top. And the sensor is not there. So, I mean, if it's going to do this every time, if this is a consistent behavior, we can plan around it. But if it's inconsistent, I don't know. Is there a... Do I remember seeing a sensor that counted what's going through? Yeah. It's this, right? Connects to an automation grid to automatically turn liquid flow off when the specified amount has passed through. It's not exactly what I want. The liquid meter valve. When a certain amount of liquid has gone through, I want to trigger a signal. But I want to keep letting stuff through, I think. If it can. Seems like what we want. We need plastic to make that though, which we don't have, so that's not going to happen now. I guess the simplest thing to do now is to put a switch on this. Right, we put a switch here and I flick the switch and it does it. And we just have to keep doing that manually for a long time. How about a timer? Let's put a timer there. That's not gonna help. We need to have like an OR gate and wire that up differently. And then have a timer on that side. But I don't have enough refined metal to do this. Okay. That's a problem. How can we get some? Could deconstruct something made of fine metal, or we're going to have to actually produce some. Most likely. That's what could go in this room, actually, thinking about it. Where is that? Refinement? Metal refinery. So if we put that in here. Yeah. Maybe. How much power did that take? We'll build it, we'll find out. And, you know, which network has got what? That's 1200 watts. So it kills any network we connect it to. So, it has to be one of these two. While it's operating, the light stop up there is not a good thing. That stops pumping is a better option of the two. Unless we make it its own. Move that storage down, could put another set of coal in. We've got enough coal at the moment, don't know how long for. And it can have its own network. Kind of feels necessary in a way. Yeah. I'm not going to bother setting up new ones, we'll do that when we have to do that. That is, yeah, can't complete. Okay. Oh boy. In this case, it's definitely overkill on the storage, so let's get rid of those ones. More there. Have the doors just to be consistent. And hopefully we've got enough coal to do this. Don't have enough refined metal to do the battery, so we'll have to get that sorted out quick-ish. So that's going to connect to that network now instead. So how can I get that over there without making a mess? Don't want to power the door. Just don't want this to run over and up because that door is in the way. Can go up there instead. Get rid of those connections. Send that up there and get rid of that connection. And send that up into there. What else does this do? Heats the liquid that's been piped into it, yeah. Something wrong? No. Seems all good. No. Makes a lot of heat. Fine. But we just need to pipe it in. So we could divert off the cooling loop in and then back onto itself, over the right hand side even. It's not ideal location, but somehow we could get it over there and up before the sensor. Bit ugly, but it would, you know, we can get it done. Definitely possible. But we know what's coming out is far too hot, and so we could put the coolant in, could fork it here at the bridge. Not that that's been behaving the way I'm expecting, but, you know, we can try. We kind of want it the other way around though, kind of want it, I mean, to always be pushing in. So yeah, just send it in, and then whatever comes out, we send to be disposed of because we know it's too hot. Seems fine. Or we bring water in and feed the water back into that system here. Which is also pretty simple. It'll be hot, but then, I mean, for now it'll be hot. We'll eventually find a way of cooling it down. That seems best, so we're just going to feed water in, and then the water out goes into there. It's currently unreachable because they can't get in that room. Couple bits of ladder. Get that done. They can't get that bit done though. So we're going to have to open the room up. Which is fine because this is dormant for another 42 cycles still, so that's fine. If we're doing that, we don't have the refined metal to do the rest, but hopefully we can just leave a little bit of a lip just in case. We can get the automation in there to force it to only pump full blobs. If we can get some refined metal done soon enough. Yeah, we'll be alright. Although we have disconnected half the base power currently. Oh well. It's a mess, but they'll live. They've got oxygen, they've got food. I think we'll be okay. I'm also thinking of... So the moment the carbon dioxide created by the natural gas generator is going into the room for the slickters, if they consume carbon dioxide, which it says they do, that might not be consistent enough, and we might want the other pumps that are down here that are carrying carbon dioxide to do something. Are there other ones? Oh no, there's just ones that filter. But no, there's no pump that should inherently have carbon dioxide in. We could set this pump to always pump and then filter off carbon dioxide. Especially, but no, that doesn't seem worth it. What I will say is it's not prioritizing because I didn't deconstruct the old connection. That'll do better. Good. That Dreco is going to want to get out of there, but I guess that's its own problem, not mine. And yeah, it's not as stable yet because I've got the hole in the ceiling. Once we fill that hole in, that should be good. At least better. Okay, that's powering. There's no battery there, but it is powering. That's all fine. Let's say we want to make... I don't think gold is useful. Oh, wolframite makes tungsten. Interesting. Copper's fine. We've got plenty of that, right? You've got not a huge amount. Metal needs refined. Pole, right? So if we're wanting just stuff to make wires with, I mean, copper's the right thing. Gold is the only one we have significantly more of. It's a waste, really, because the overheat bonus. Let's make copper. Just do like 10 times and create a ton of heat. Get rid of them. Put a storage back in this room for the refined metals. Put it there. And come and get their copper, they can turn it into it, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. Plumbing wise, did I? Yeah, so it's going to go into the storage and then it's not going to come out because it's going to be too hot. But the ambient might eventually drop it down. Eventually. That is 4 refined metals. There we go. And we have some. And yeah, there you go. There's your... I mean, it's only copper, so 45 degree heat. It's not bad. But it is capable of joining that loop and going in as long as that reservoir isn't full. So we might want to do something with that as well. So the low threshold in terms of the reservoir sends green when it's less than 25%, 20%. Other way around. Say 80 and 80. Then it will send a green signal if there's less than 80% full until it's 80% full. So there'll always be a 20% left available for the refinery to go into, although it seems to be using a lot more than that. But there'll always be a little gap. So we can take the automation signal out of there, do an AND with the liquid sensor, and put that into the pump. So this only pumps if, you know, it'll stop in order to leave a little space or whatever. The wires are overloading because I can't. We're making 1200 watts and consuming 1200 watts on regular wire, so we should upgrade that to prevent a disaster. We've made some refined, so let's use it. We use all of it to do that bit of wire. Okay, we'll make some more as well then. Okay, printables. I don't want any of them. Thank you. How are we doing here? Tiny bit of carbon dioxide, really not enough. I also wanted to check the slickster. Can I get to the... No. Get to the database entry for slickster. Get the full details. So they're comfortable. To make them comfortable, we need it to be 50 degrees in this room. That's going to be difficult. We're probably going to end up moving these guys closer to a source of heat. That's fine. We can find a way of doing that, but got to bear that in mind. They're not even going to live in this temperature. They have to be minimum 35. Oh, this is going to go badly. I think they're just going to die as soon as they incubate. Oh well. Molten slicksters take carbon dioxide and exceed petroleum, so they don't need food. There's no mention of them needing food, just carbon dioxide. Or the long hairs consume oxygen instead. Beautiful, luxurious coats. Okay, they're pretty, I guess, is what that's saying. Petroleum is what I'm actually after, so if we could convert into molten, that's preferable. We find out how. We'll have to get one born to find out, I think. Fine. Okay. Here's no good, they're going to be too cold. Way too cold. 10 degrees too cold. So we need to bring them down here. And use the heat from this saltwater geyser to heat them. As long as we can get them to hold temperature okay. Should be okay. Like I say, we build around this, get it into an insulated box, but the top layer we don't insulate, and then that leads into the room where they live. Or the underneath. With this layout, it might be better if it was if that heat source was above. Yeah, it's workable. Can do it. Neutronium there. I think. It's holding its heat very well, and that's fine as long as it does, but if it's overpressured and it's not creating anything new, it is slowly going to lose temperature, I guess. If it has a reason to. It's a weird one. But I think we can get in there and do something about it. Or we could use the liquid sulfur, which is coming out at 165, so even hotter. If we could find a way of using that. Again, if we were just... if this worked and we were just deleting it. So it's around long enough to create the heat that keeps them happy, and then we delete it. Because what did it say about... there's no link from there. Maximum. Yeah, 50 to 140 is what we're going for. So 95 is in a good spot, actually. That would be good. Would be fine. We could try that. Just need to bear in mind. I think if we get there in time, we get there in time. This is no good. We need to kind of stop. I'm going to at least stop pumping carbon dioxide into here because it's pointless. Let's put that back where it should be. And we'll grab it further down once we've moved that. But yeah, we are going to have to move that. Which is a shame, but we'll deal with that gradually as a little project. More urgently, I need to make this out of copper because that's what we've made. Plug both of them in and that into there. And then set the timer. That's cool. So that's green for this long and then red for that long. That's very helpful. We may end up just doing that. We'll need to see it up and running before we can work out what the times should be, but there we go. While we're at it, hydro sensor, just a block up? Yeah, I think a block up is fine. And the same there. That one, when we need water, so... and we need water. That's very low for some reason. For whatever reason it is. Other pumps. I mean, this gas pump, we could say only if you get a full blob, but that doesn't. I kind of like having the vacuum there. This one, but we're going to wait 80 cycles to do that one. Okay. I mean, it's working, but I'm not sure why. It's pushing it up there, and then it drops down. And then it pushes it back up there, although it may still be working. I mean, it's definitely green for long enough, but it should just be red for longer. A minute. Or let's form a minute out of it. See what happens like this? Don't think you can because the airlock's blocking the liquid. What I can see is that is not working. Let's make it very long just so we can see. Maybe I wired it wrong. No, that's right. You just need it longer. That's what we should see when it flicks back to green. Two of them close and the liquid sits in the bottom left, not the top right. Yep, and then that one closes and it's gone. And what built up is just what was dribbling through. I may have been working before. Like before changing the filter, but this is what I wanted, what I expected. It can certainly, now that it's cleared through and it's not dribbling, it can go a lot longer. So if we had something like 650, 550, 590, it's a 5-minute cycle, 10 seconds of which it's doing the closing. We'll see how that goes and whether it backs up ever. But you know, what was there is now sorted. It's not actually moving. Yes, it is. But it's prioritising the new stuff, so that's not good. The valve thingy is working. I don't know what we do about this. We need to empty this, but we can deconstruct the bridge. Will that make a mess? Probably. Have to wait till the morning, but that's like no good. We need the loop to flow. That's important. And on this, might as well dismantle. Do all that. Just remember those eggs are there as we do this. That, yeah, looks right. Fill that in. We should tidy that up. Then we need to dig around that source of heat first. Oh, it's not. What is it around there? Oh, it's a good temperature. It's over 50. That's the important thing. Yeah, it could be okay. So we could somehow capture the heat from here that we're trying to get rid of. Would be nice. We've filled up that reservoir and the pipe's blocked, so we can't do any more refining until we cool that down. So we need to be careful with what we've got. We need to invest it in cooling that down. Conduction panel. It's just a single block? Yeah. So how do I know it's overlapping? There must be, right? So wolframite in the areas we want to cool down, which we do. So we take... It's just that we want to specifically cool it down. And what comes out of here is probably we know is going to be too hot for the rest of the base. I kind of want to take what's over here already and do it, rather than what's about to go through farmland. I think. But that is, yeah, just going to make a hell of a mess is all. In fact, I can't bridge over all of that. Can you bridge over a bridge? Or within a bridge? If I put a bridge there, and then one there, should work, right? I don't really have... we've got access at the moment, so let's get rid of them 3. And we'll give it a go. I'm making the bridge from the right. No. Yeah, thermally reactive is good. It will spread. So that's going that way. That's going there, and they shouldn't join. And then that needs to come over, but that's kind of in the way. Do I want to move that? Not really. It's going to be a mess of pipes around this area anyway, so be it. Outputter, so that goes into there and into there. That goes into there and into there. With that, if we do that, then we need to, I don't know, fiddle around with it a bit. Hello, Mondo. Welcome in. Happy weekend to you. Where is the oxygen stored? I don't even know. Where do we store the oxygen? Kind of just around us, I guess. No idea. Where do you store your oxygen? Got to keep it safe. It's highly sought after around these parts. In your lungs. It's not very safe, you know. You got to kind of let it out of there eventually. Missing one? I don't think so. Good there, good there. We're just plugging them in and saying green light if there's anything. And same on that one. Green light if there's anything. Should be fine. And then they're now, yeah, doing silly things there. We're going to have to deconstruct a bit of that pipe. Not doing a crazy thing, just a silly thing. There we go. Did that make a mess? No, we got good timing? No. Something at some point made a mess and dribbled down here. Don't know when. Oh, that's a lot of mess. Oops. Not sure when I did that. I do like to dribble all over the base most of the time. Okay, so yes, that's a hell of a mess, but it is now taking 23-degree brine and passing it specifically over the reservoir, which contains something, but is now releasing water. So it's kind of working, maybe, hopefully, possibly. We can keep the atmosphere around here down as well, because that's where the sensor is. That's the important bit, really. We should turn some of that pipe. Oh, it's wolframite, so that's okay. That's good. It's messy, but it's good, I think. Is there any way to store the gases? Oh yeah, all sorts of ways. I mean, you literally have a building that does it. So this is natural gas. This is chlorine stored in a reservoir, and so on. Or you can, like, make a box, a sealed-in box. So this is currently like a vacuum. There's no gas in here. But if you seal a box and put gas into it, then it stores it for you. But like, yeah, a tank of gas is pretty normal. You get tanks for the liquids as well. Ooh, we need a smart battery plugging in there. And we need more copper. Can we? We can try and make more copper. It'll just... pipe will be blocked, and then when it cools down it'll be okay. Hot stuff is coming over here. Seems okay. It's not globbing up weirdly now that we've cycled it a few times. Maybe it'll be okay now. I could do with sensing, that's fine. That's pumping there. So there's our problem. Is I need to make sure that the loop flows and the pipe only feeds in if there's a gap. I guess we could use a sensors and say if there's a gap, you've released, and if not, then don't. But that's not ideal. What could we could have a... I don't know. Pipe element sensor? No. The valve? No. Could be some kind of sensor for... Well, I guess this liquid element sensor would do it. Oh, on the pipe one. And if there's nothing, then let the new pipe come in. Seems a bit much. Need some refined metal, but we can do it. I'm sure the bridges just work. Except, obviously, they don't. What if we connect it directly? No, that's how it was. There's a bridge, and then the new thing feeds into the output of the bridge. So what if it's the input? Then it'll definitely split it evenly. Don't know. We just plug it in. It's got some bridges, so it knows the direction it's supposed to cycle. If we just plug it in, it doesn't have a priority. I think we need, yeah, some kind of control and sensor. So we need some refined metal. But then we'll have a shut off, and the new one will feed into that. So I need to delete just one more bit there. Make a bit of a mess again. Which one I have to mop up? Oh, we're mopping up salt water. I don't have anywhere to put that. Brine, yeah, we need a... We could open the top of this and dribble it in. It's not ideal. But we need one of these thingies. Bottle emptier for salt water. Tell you what. We're going to do the irresponsible thing. And we'll just bottle empty over this gap in the bottom of the base, and someone down here can deal with it later. That is for brine and salt water. Hopefully we get away with that. I did everything I wanted in here, right? I've got that sensor plugged up. We got some bridges and stuff built. And everything is acceptable, if a bit warm. So we can seal that back in, I think. That's what I'm thinking. And then here... liquid pipe element sensor. That's the best we've got. And liquid shut-off. That way round. Liquid pipe. Granite there, and then wolframite there. Should work? I need a automation wire between them and power. He's nibbling at the power. Well, that's already lined up. So I assume that connects. Should be fine. Hopefully there's enough power on that network for that. Yeah, bottom of the base is ugly as hell, but whatever. We've kind of cleaned up all the deodorizing that we needed to do. Let's get them deconstructed. That one, and there's one up here. Is that it? I think that's it. This one, the gap in the base, tempted to keep it there because there's still a lot around there. And it looks like we could do with one. Oh, this one at the bottom can stay. Though it's not working particularly well. It needs to be a layer up maybe, but we'll live with it. Get rid of the wires involved in all that. And a bits of wire that live there. Fill in the missing couple bits of tile there. Okay. Just going to move that so we don't lose it. Where are we? Quarter of the way to getting those things out, so we do need to work on where they're going to live. Halfway through our last reservoir of natural gas. And we're going to get more in 1.2 cycles, so that timed out pretty good in the end. Very good. No filter. Didn't know I needed a filter. Green light. So it emits red unless it sees... is it brine we've got here? Not sure what the difference is. Then it gives green, so that's the opposite of what we want. Yeah, because it's currently giving green. Although it's working. For whatever reason, it's prioritising the loop now. Maybe we just needed the loop to flow, so if it stops we'll have a problem. Or would have a problem. Things are staying at a good temperature now. Things must be balancing out. We'll see, but seems good. I'm surprised it's going through that reservoir and coming out okay. We'll look at that in a bit, this one. So yeah, this is now not working because it's giving the red light. It's the opposite of what we want, so I need to add a NOT gate. But I don't have enough metal. Let's make another 10 rounds and see if we survive the heat that makes. Should be fine. It's going through here, so the reservoir is 26 degrees. It's not even hot. But the thermosensor is at 30 because the hot water sitting in there has more of an impact. But we did do that out of radiant pipes, so we just need to cool this area down more. Maybe we should have this brine coolant that's coming down be something. It also seems that when that runs it creates heat, but that isn't right. No, it's just releasing the hot water. It's heating the atmosphere around here. But I don't think I can put a conduction panel over the sensor. No. It's just maybe replacing that bit of pipe with a radiant one so that it balances more. But even so, I don't think it matters. I think... yeah, not sure if it's going to work at all. Whatever it's doing is something. We'll find out eventually, I guess. Just need to get rid of the wiring there. Get our not gate put in there. There's a lovely ugly thing to be set in the doorway there, but I guess that's where it has to live, so there we go. There. So it's sensing there's nothing, it releases the new stuff, in it goes. Okay, good. Base is definitely a lot colder there. Significantly colder there. We need to keep that separate from our slicksters if we need to warm them up. Bedrooms are very... well, dupes find it comfortable. 24 degrees in bed. For me, way too much, but they find it comfortable, so that's fine. And plants are alive, so it can't be that bad. We are low on water though. The amount we've just consumed through the refinery is a problem, for sure. I'm concerned we're going to run out. We've got tons of water here. It's just too hot. Apparently. Should I allow it to release a bit? I'm saying it's got to be under 30. Is that excessive, perhaps? Overkill? Especially considering the cooling loop runs nearby. Just release it through a little bit hotter than that. Let's try. 40. Hasn't made a difference. It should do. As we get the coolant loop flowing better, it should work better. We'll see. However, someone needs a toilet and can't go. Toilets are available. We'll take some rust. We don't have any. Sounds interesting. The Pacus are just going to flop around and die and turn into meat, which we don't do anything with, so yeah, some rust. They're complaining they need the toilet. Who is complaining? They are no longer complaining. It was just too much traffic at toilet time. If we're going to bring more people, we should consider. 16 people mean you need 16 toilets? Seems a bit crazy, but maybe it does. One thing we could do is... so they have bathroom time, downtime, bedtime. We could add bathroom time in the morning. Some people would go and then get to work. Don't really want them all to go though. Yeah, let's not fiddle with it. It's generally fine. Oh, that's a lot of chlorine. That's all the bleach stone, I guess, in these storage bins has been emitting. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing if it could get to the germs in the water and fix them, but it can't. Oh well, it's not hurting us in there at the moment. Might do in the future. Okay. So much to juggle. Still find it very difficult. So we've got moving the hydrogen generator. It's not urgent, but it needs doing. We've got setting up for the slicksters. That's more urgent because they're going to hatch soon. Not soon, but they're going to hatch. We've got making sure this all works. I'm okay with it releasing 40-degree water. I think that won't cause any trouble. The base being such a good temperature. Dining room's a lovely 20 degrees. That's more like it. Still too hot for me, but better. Been groomed. When we move slicksters down, we're going to want to move hatches nearby, or that one rancher we have is going to have a busy time. I think we work on that next. Everything else, I think, is working. Might not be ideal, might not be doing a good job, but I think it's working. time will tell, I guess. We got gas being pumped out now as well, so we're going to refill our storage of that. Okay, let's take a look over here then. Need to very carefully box in the geyser, insulate it above and to the side, then underneath we want it to carry the temperature through to the room below. In that room we're going to have our dudes, and we're going to want, I mean really we're going to want Atmos suit to get in there to be comfortable, because it's going to be hot. But we don't have that at the moment, so we're going to have to build it without, which is going to make people upset, I think, actually. But if we're slow, we can probably get it done. Let's just draw out what we need. So that's... that corridor's still going to cut through here, if it can. So that's going to be like that, in theory. Then insulated here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. Like that, and then the next level should probably be insulated too. Although we will have access to it if we can get this water out of the way. Should it be insulated too? Yeah. Because it's hot, so yeah, and the room underneath as well. That's the source of heat, that's where they're going to live. This is where the crude oil is going to collect. So this is the one we go in through. That'll be there. I need to get rid of that plant, but that's fine, one thing at a time. The bit that we go in through wants to be kept colder as well, which is awkward. There's not enough space to shift this over or anything. I don't really want them, like, avoiding it. I mean, we could just block this off so that if they're coming down this pole, they go down, then they go across and go down more. It's not ideal. I'd rather, yeah, insulate that in, cool this area down as best we can. That's going to get blocked off. We're going to be able to walk through there, so we need temporarily at least to block this in like that. I mean, that's permanently actually how it's going to be, I think. We will this side insulate. So this is where the gateway is going to be. There and then there. So it's got the checkpoint and the suit or mask dispenser. And then it's going to have to be doors because they have to go in there to groom them. Which is going to be an unpleasant experience. But okay, that's all going there. So we need to do this and get that liquid out of the way. It's a task. That's there. Mesh task to there. Ladder at the end is how it was. So the heat is coming through these tiles here. Should they be something different? Like a metal tile, because that has higher thermal conductivity. Well, there was a special, what's it called? Temp shift plate. Accelerates or buffers heat depending on the material. So we have something fast heating. Like ice. Gold. It's thermally reactive, but it overheat temperatures higher, so it won't melt down, and it will transfer heat. Gold ore. That seems fine. It looks a bit odd. I'm not sure that's like the right way of doing things. Accelerates. It should accelerate heat dispersal. Which is, yeah, what we're after. Into the atmosphere. The gases. Could change that last one. So it's not doing it to the wall directly, just one way. Could double insulate the top level as well. Don't think we need to, but we could. I kind of feel like we need a... like we're going to have to let these eggs die, and we'll try again in the future with more eggs next time we get them, because we need a suit to do this building. you know, safely. So first things first, we should get a suit. Just gonna cut all that down. Then they can come in here and do this all a lot safer. I think that needs to be a priority. So we will need a bunch of refined metal, and well, we've collected various fibers from the world. We may be able to make one or something like that without having to set the farms up yet, so maybe we look into that. We need to make more metal, but we've not released enough of this water. It's weird, the reservoir itself isn't very hot, but I guess the liquid is. Doesn't tell you that. Oh, here we go. Got 5 tons of water? That's not right. Oh yeah, it is 5 tons of water. At 44 degrees, yeah. So it does need to cool down more. The brine's coming through at 24. This is at 44. It should be changing quite rapidly. And the brine coming out should not still be at 24 or 24 and a half. This conduction panel doesn't seem to be working. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, maybe the reservoir doesn't count as a building in terms of conduction panel function. It's possible. Would be very annoying. In that case, we would just want to get rid of it and replace it with a radiant piping. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, the temperature of what's inside the reservoir isn't changing at all. So we have a reasonable transfer of coldness coming out of this pipe. A lot coming out of this. I do think maybe we replaced some of this pipe with a radiant pipe. It would work better. It would do the job I'm after better. What's the conduction panel doing? Well, how's extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings? It's not making an extreme exchange, that's for sure. But if it's transferring heat regardless, then so be it. It can stay there. Help with cooling the whole atmosphere down. Just do want this to, yeah, cool quicker. So what if we make a mess? Deconstructing pipe with liquid in. Mop that up. Dump it into the middle of nowhere. Where were we? Up here. And then plumbing, radiant piping. It's very expensive. We can only make 5 pieces. So definitely want one there. All the way across there, maybe? Because those are the buildings that are heating up. It's only really the sensor that matters. Do those 3 like that. And then connect in. See how that goes. Hopefully make things better. This seems to be taking care of itself perfectly fine. Not overflowing or anything. Always good. Good. Keep track of everything here. Don't think we can do that. So we need more. So an atmosuit checkpoint and an atmosuit dock. Oop. Not where I meant to click. That takes 100. Seems fine. The dock. 120 watts of power. Just keep needing more power. But okay, that's another 100, so we need 200. And then the forge needs 400, so we need, and a lot of power. But that's only temporary. So we need 600 kilos of refined metal, and we've got 120, so we need to do 5 more. Oh, we've got it queued up already. We're just not doing it because we're not... The output liquid pipe is full. Because we're not cooling stuff down quick enough. So it releases and then it gets new stuff out of the reservoir, which is hotter. And is even going to be up to like 95 and isn't cooling down. It doesn't seem to be. The little bit in the pipe gets cooled down quite fast and is then released. So it's not really doing what I wanted. In terms of mass cooling the liquid, I think the reservoir is a bad thing. We'd be better off blocking this room in and having a, you know, like a pump and a vent, and then we fill the room with radiant piping. Like back and forth snake, and then it might cool it down, I don't know. This isn't ideal, I don't know, I'll need to research that, I guess. Because my understanding was you can, if you surround the reservoir with chlorine gas, it kills the germs on the liquid inside it. So I thought you can affect what's inside the reservoir, but maybe germs don't act like liquid does. It's very much possible. It's one of those things, I guess. Yeah. Also that you can't manually put stuff into a reservoir is annoying. It's hard sometimes to see what the devs are really thinking. Whether you're supposed to do things like this, because this is what everyone does, taking advantage of the mechanics. Whether you're supposed to do it like properly and what that looks like, because a lot of stuff like needing a bottle emptier at this point is weird. Surely we can just manually put stuff into the reservoir, pour it in a hole on the top, and then I could get rid of these buckets of water we have and stuff. And then this conduction panel doesn't seem to be working. Maybe it's cooling the reservoir down, but not the water inside, which, like, why not? Would be a weird if that was the case. Very weird. I mean, this is releasing water gradually, but nowhere near quick enough. What can we do about that? If we make the line of pipe longer, that has the hot water in, then we can cool. It will release more each time. That's not the point, I guess. Don't know. A lot of dudes seem to be stood around doing nothing. What could we be doing? We can't make the metal because we can't get the liquid cold enough. I mean, one thing I can do is just set this to 50 instead. And we'll say 50 degrees is acceptable now. See what that does. Maybe when we've got a lot more metal we can box this in, do something different. Just cool the water when it's down here before we pump it up. Don't know. As it stands, I can't see this working once the 95-degree water starts spawning. 34 cycles from now. Don't think that's going to happen. So we'll have to come up with something. But, you know, we need water at the moment. Something's... yeah. At least the room's being kept kind of cold. It's having some effect on the water, maybe. Don't know. That is making metal. Good. Not doing that yet. Let's get something built. Forge. I'll put it next to the other one. Makes the masks. Plug it in. Only going to draw power when we use it, so should be fine. When we use it, it might kill the network. What's this one got on it? 45. It's 100. 355, 65, 400-ish. Oh, that's not bad. Making 1200, only 400 out. Be fine to have this on the network. There's a couple bits of wire we didn't change here. Just seeing that there. Conductive. Which we need the refined metal for. So there's a couple of pieces that plug in there need sorting out. Was this good? Yeah, that end was fine. Okay. Good. Nice to be able to fix that up. I guess once the forge has made a suit, we could dismantle it and get the copper back. Don't particularly want to. Not sure how many suits we want anyway. One will do for now to get stuff happening, but it's probably not enough in general, you know. Probably want one per person. Okay, so we can make... Oh, we need to repair broken ones. It takes a fibre to do. It's annoying, but okay. We can make one and then repair it one time. It takes 300 copper to do this. So make one. We need another one copper making, I think, to get this all sorted. We'll put the entry, I guess, up here, further up. We can go here temporarily, you know, or we could do it at the bottom. A bit fiddly, I guess. Let's do it up here. Does mean we probably want to block this in, so they can't. Yeah. Then where are we going to put the emptier? Get rid of that. Block that back in, so there's only one route, and it'll be up here. Have the slow-moving airlocks. We could even spread them out quite a lot. It's not really about the gases. That doesn't worry me so much. Should it? Don't think so. So actually it doesn't really matter. We just open this up. The heat will come through, I guess, so we could insulate by having a couple of doors. It'll do something, especially if we make them out of uranium like that. Yeah. Not much, but it'll do something. Don't actually want you guys digging yet. Sorry, premature on that. Stand in the slightly cooler area and block that in. And we'll put station, checkpoint, going that way. And we can't quite afford the dock yet. Oh, did putting that there mean they cancelled making the door? Because it's now beyond a checkpoint, even though they haven't built it yet? No, they just needed to go and come back. Sure. Fine. So we need 100 refined metal. Thought we'd have enough, but we'll make another 100. And some spare. Yeah. A bit more spare. It's making heat, but we're managing our heat better because we've got things running. I mean, even this hydrogen area is looking cooler around the edges, around the fringes. We'll, no rush to move it, you know? The farm is looking good. Plants at 27. Nice. I think that might actually stay down this time. Yeah, achieved something today for sure. Still pockets of heat around the place, but that's fine. We'll get them under control and it'll be all good. This area cold now. Still not like -10 in that room entirely. It's interesting. The insulation between the cold areas is now coal, so it's not really insulating anymore. It's interesting. I guess it's got the pipeline of cold running through it. See cold spots down here where the pipe runs as well. It's interesting. If you run the pipe through the insulation, it kind of undoes it. Could be an issue around here as well. Right for now. just 50 is too hot to be allowing into the pool, I guess. I mean, now that we're not got a lot of water in there, should I stop it? Oh, it's now just increased the temperature up to 50 in the ambient. Let's drop it. Because when it was at 40, it was closer to 40. Now it's going up. Let's try and cut that back. Most of the water's out. We do need more water somehow. Like a big influx of fresh water. Somehow. I haven't seen many big puddles, I don't remember. There's quite a few polluted ones around the place. We could melt a bunch of ice. That is something. Keep mopping up little bits of water here and there, I guess. Not the best plan. Dunno. Hello, Jazz. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. How lovely to see you. I hope you had a very enjoyable Baldur's Gate 3 Sunday. You are doing co-op, aren't you? I remember. I caught a bit. Hope it was a good one. Hope it was fun. Everyone had a good time. Welcome in. We're doing my usual thing of just pushing my brain way too far. Here we have the oxygen. That's the good news. I think oxygen has not been an issue for quite a while now. Oxygen looks good, but it turns out the game has other problems. So you're very welcome to chill out while I just destroy my brain. Very welcome. Sunday's a co-op day. Yep. Yeah. Good time. Glad to hear that. Of course. Oh, we got free stuff. Let's check out what free stuff we've got. Free barbecue. Okay, I'll take free barbecue. That's a positive. We can take that. Where are we? We've got the checkpoint up, so I need a dock for our Atmos suit. We'll build one of them there. We need power down here for that. Don't care about the doors. Can I plug into that network without causing trouble? 240. 1, 2, 3. That's 4 240s. 960. That will not cause any trouble. That's fine. And then I'm going to request a suit for there. Always been not great at oxygen not included. It's got some really interesting systems at play in the game. The physics stuff, the gases, the liquids, the people to some degree. But there's just a lot of it doesn't mesh well in my brain, I think, and I think in others, no doubt as well. There's a lot of numbers that the game throws at you, but not a lot of information about like what to do and how. So you end up with a bit of a kind of like have to wiki this situation, which I really don't like. I don't like it where you like a game doesn't make sense unless you wiki it. Not a fan. And then a lot of what the wiki recommends and what other players recommend is systems like what we've built over here, which isn't like realistic in the slightest. So you've got these fun systems that are like semi-realistic physics stuff about gases and temperatures and whatever. But in order to like progress in the game effectively, you have to just abuse the game's not bad coding, but you know the mechanics don't always work smartly. It's a game, I guess is what I'm saying. And you abuse the fact it's a game to get stuff done, which is, yeah, this system is just a bunch of doors, and when we have too much liquid, or just randomly every now and then we close them, and it causes liquid to just cease to exist. You close the outside first, it forces the liquid compressed into the corner, you close the door on it, it can't be liquid because it's a door, so the liquid just disappears, and it's a door instead. Then you open everything back up and the liquid's gone. It's not like You know, you can't do that in real life, I guess. I don't think that's what they do if they have like a coolant that's overheated. But it's kind of the best situation for us, so we can just kind of do that. And again, I'm not a huge fan of that, or the fact that that seems to be like the way of doing things. What are we missing here? We've got a suit. I gave it power. It needs to fill the suit with oxygen to breathe. Good idea. Where do I have oxygen? I'll have a big long line here we don't want anymore. Let's deconstruct that. And then I have a mess of pipes. That's oxygen. But I can't bring it down because those pipelines are kind of in the way. Can I bring it... That's oxygen that we also no longer need. But I'll use that spur. Bring a gas pipe here. Then I need to bridge them. Put the oxygen in there. Good. Physics tends to have opinions on compressed liquids. Yeah, and it would be kind of fun. Not sure fun's the right word. I might prefer a game in which if you compress things down like this and then you try and close the door onto a liquid, effectively deleting it, that the door blows up. That would be my preference, I think. Like, you can't abuse these game mechanics. But that doesn't seem to be the point of Oxygen Not Included. It seems like the devs want you to abuse the mechanics, rather than like having a designed process that works. Oh yeah, like I say, I'm not a fan of that. It leaves me a bit lost, I guess, on the more complicated stuff. So yeah, I'm frustrated today by this. That cooling system is doing a very good job at cooling, except in one specific situation where it's not doing a good job of cooling, and I don't know what to do about it, so I guess we're just going to leave it. What is going on here? This is going okay. Hot natural gas is being pumped through that pipe, and it is hot. But cold brine is coming down and keeping the area cold enough. Cool. Or, well, quite warm in there. It's 100 degrees. What is it? If you walked in there on the floor... Yeah. 100 degrees Celsius natural gas atmosphere. I think it's good that we boxed that in. What's everyone up to? Are we good to do anything? No, no oxygen. Ventilation. Oxygen is being made. Consistent enough. It's being redirected. A lot of places it can't go. I guess only a few blobs are making down here. Could do with more oxygen generation, but there's no middle ground. If we set up more oxygen generation, it's enough for 8 more people is what we'll need to do, which will be overkill. As we could control that. That'll also consume more water, which we don't have. It's awkward. Yeah, the whole water situation is not good. That could be the death of us. Not anytime soon, but, you know, soon enough to be a problem. Okay. Our suit is fully fueled. It's a bit warm, but that's fine. Empty suits of polluted water. Okay. Stores and refuels. Empty suits of polluted water. What does that mean? So if they're wearing a suit and they need to go to the toilet, they won't bother? And if they come here and take the suit off, it's going to just drip on the floor? I would dislike that a lot. I guess we'll find out. If I give a dig instruction on that side of the door, someone should come and put the suit on. Yep. And out they go. And they start whining. And they need the toilet, so they've come back in. Okay. Good. Good. No worries, guys. Enjoy the foods. We need a ladder here to work from. Then we need to be careful about what we're doing. I don't know what benefit this suit gives. Ensures duplicants can breathe easy. Right. I thought it also let them go into higher temperatures without trouble. No idea. Okay. Can I do a search for more information? That's ammo suit. Tutorial on ammo suits. They can protect duplicants from hazards like heat, germs, and unbreathable gas. Okay. We have them working, that's fine. So it can protect them from extreme heat. How much extreme heat can it protect them from? Okay. That's another thing I'll have to look up on the wiki later. No big deal. Apparently that's unreachable build. Oh, is that because... What has happened here? Building disabled? I may have pressed a button by mistake. Is it enter? Ah, okay. When I was typing in the search I hit enter, but I had that open and that is the disable building button. There we go. Something learned today. Building something. Good. It's going to be slow progress. Coming through that process every time to get in. We do have 2 good diggers, so we could do with a second suit. But yeah, we don't have the fibres. We've got the copper, but not the fibres. Find them randomly in the world is an option, or we're going to have to set up the farming, which is going to consume more water, which we don't have. Fried mushroom sounds kind of nice. We'll take it. Right, so water. What can we do? Options. Can desalinate this salt water that's coming out of here. We could chill this steam if we got it out of this vent. But we're having trouble with chilling, so I'm not sure that's going to happen. Melt more ice around the map. Not ideal. Keep mopping up random bits of water we find. I doubt that's enough. Or we're going to have to dump all this polluted stuff in and filter it, which we can do. We got all this polluted stuff over towards the base. It's not a huge amount, but there's some. We could get it in somehow. I'm not sure we can do it neatly. Unless we pump it in. Probably have enough spare power to operate a pump. Be slow. Where else could we get water? Let's do a search for water. Find out. We need to wait for our water geyser to work. It's going to be a while. And then it's going to be way too hot, so I don't know what we're going to do about that. Find steam, find ice. Neither of them we have like an infinite. We got an infinite source of steam. Cooling it down is an issue at the moment. A long-term goal, we could get that online as a water source, but not solving our current shortage. Don't think we have much mud or a source of mud that we can squeeze for water. We're using our salt water, so we can't really desalinate it effectively. And yeah, goldfish is just for cleaning, not for creating. Okay. then yeah, I think our best option is trying to get pockets of polluted water into the base to filter. We should be able to do, but it won't be easy. We want to get them into the middle of the base as well, which is where we store it. That's, again, not going to be easy. So everyone's probably going to get very sick trying to do it. Let's dig ourselves somewhere for it to live. Mark out each bit that we want to drop in. Sending that up, that's a tiny bit, we'll leave that. That's fine. So we'll send the ladder up there. Get all that released. Down into a bucket at the bottom. Then we'll dig access into there. We'll go through there. That'll be fine. Enough bits of ladder that we can hop around safely. One further down, I think, just to be lined up nice. Yeah, lined up nice would also mean moving that over one. Don't think people are going to be very happy about this job. Yeah, but they'll do it. We could put the oxygen masks up here. Or the suit, even. We could move it up here. Don't really want to, though. Let's get them to do it. And then I think we'll have to pump it in. We can get enough spare power and pipes built up here, it'll be okay. It's just too long of a journey to do in a different way. How are they doing in here? Seemingly fine. Bit hungry. Fair enough. So we've breached the seal somewhere as we were going, so this is actually emitting. Might have been better to come when it was dormant. No big deal. If we... I want to seal it in before we let this salt water out, otherwise it would just keep making more. So, yeah, that's not going to be easy. That ladder can keep going to there, that's fine. Dig out what you can reach from there. Then what? Across the top. Maybe down the other side. I mean, they should be able to build it from inside, it's fine. Just mark it all and see what they can do, I guess. They're generally idiots, so I don't like leaving my guys to do stuff. They get themselves killed, but we'll see how it goes, I guess. That. And a few little blobs. Like we would usually have them around the base. We'll do that. We'll see how they go with that. If they drown themselves in boiling hot salt water, then I guess that's my bad, maybe? These guys are having a fun time though, chatting away. Good, glad they're happy. Get all this pulled together, we can have 2 pumps. Make a pipe out of something we've got lots of. Granite will do. Where is dirty water? Not that line, that's salty water. That's dirty water. Yep. That should work. Should send in the right direction. We'll see if we can work it out. We might need to like add a bridge to tell it which way to go or whatever. We then need to bring power up here from a network that can spare 240? No, 480 watts. Don't think we have a network that can spare that. That one's just kind of too far down, although it can probably afford it. It's close actually. 1, 2, 3, 4 240s plus 20. Yeah, 980. That's its a limit. This network, 1, 2, 3. Although they're disabled, we're not actually using, not making anything. We don't really need to worry about them. So it's 240, 260, 300. This one can take it. It's a lot to build, but if they do it, we'll get a supply of water, because that is not looking good. There's some in here, it's just too hot. Releases a little blob every now and then. Not good. It's also interesting that it doesn't release as a whole blob, just a couple of little ones. I mean, that pipe currently has 10 kilos in. The shut-off opens, they should be blobs of 10 kilos. Don't know. Fine. We're approaching cycle 300, so if we do just die from not enough water, it's been a good run. Not done too bad. Just confused myself a hell of a lot, that's for sure. But not done too bad, I don't think. Let's get luckier next time, maybe. If the geyser that spawned inside our base wasn't boiling hot, maybe we could have connected it up sooner and benefited from it. It wouldn't be dormant with 27 cycles to go when we're short of water. Maybe. No good, that makes sun. I've opened that one up. I think there's quite a lot of water here. More of this biome next door we're seeing as well. And whatever's beyond. Nothing too exciting there. No. Very cold over that way. Might be nice to just move the entire base over there. Easier to keep it cold. Well, that, I mean, that's looking very good now. Other than some hotspots, but not too bad. Could have we could do this differently. Just spit the boiling water into the water storage and then have a separate cooling loop even. Maybe if we got a second cold liquid source with its own dedicated loop just through the water all the time. Could be okay. We've got spare suits already, but I'll take them. We've got over 100,000 calories, so as much as spicy tofu is tasty and people will be happy, I don't think we really need it. They need to finish their muck route first, then they can have spicy tofu. The gas storage is full, and there is more available. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Would like to know what that is. It's really, it is too far down to put to use. Well, that's interesting. I think these wild slicksters, yeah, when they wander into the full block of liquid, it says they're drowning. So they won't live underwater. But they still might overproduce and drown themselves, I guess. As far as I know. There's our other minus 10 degree slush. I mean, it's not that far. It's a long way, but it's not that far. might be able to connect it up. No. Actually, I feel connecting these thermo nullifiers is going to be a better route. Got 2 of them up here. It's going to keep this area very cold. Then we just take the water that comes out of this geyser, send it through a pipe, an insulated pipe, so it doesn't affect the world around it as much. Just up to the radiant pipe in this area and back down in an ugly loop, but seems best. Better than what we're trying to achieve here, or more likely to work than what we're trying to achieve here. We would need hydrogen for that, which I guess is fine. If we move the electrolyzer in its system over to a coal power, it could be fine. Oh, our slicksters are alive. They shouldn't be. They should be dying, but okay. Hopefully they don't make a mess there with crude oil. Apparently they're not dying. Maybe the babies are different. Can we see that? The lava. No, that takes us to slicksters. I want specifically to know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe the age doesn't matter. The ideal temperatures are the same, or the livable range is the same. So they're outside their livable range, but they're not complaining, and it doesn't say their health is going down. Or maybe we could have left them where they were. Whatever. Either way. They're there and they may or may not survive, and we may need new ones. Oh, that's a fast, sparkly man's. He went zooming up there, mined 1 block, and came zooming back. Okay. Fine. Storage of slime and dirt is full, so I'd like to change that. That should be polluted dirt. We'll take the slime out, put it over here. Slime, there we go. So there'll be bleachstone, slime, polluted dirt, all separate. Good. He's slowly making progress out here. That is making more water. Interesting. Kind of flickering between being overpressured and not. Oh, which means the heat will be going up. If it's making, the heat will be going up. But its insulation is holding well enough. I guess that airflow tile is a weakness I should have fixed. Oops. Insulated the top, but left a gap in the bottom for hot air to drop through. Oh well. Our cooling loop will balance it all out. We'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. I'm not worried about temperature anymore. I'm not worried about food. I'm not worried about oxygen. It's just about moving forward, I guess. I'm not worried about germs either, but that's because we're on easy mode. I'm worried about the mess I've made building stuff. That definitely worries me. And yeah, just being able to move forward with the technology and stuff is all. It's a lot of power needed, a lot of materials needed, space. It's a bit much. They're building. And up here. A few more blocks. Dig that out to get that moving. So I don't think we need that tiny bit there. Well, that's very close to the surface. Kind of missed that. But that's the surface, that's space, and then we're just one layer of abyssalite away. We'll be alright. there's a reed in there. Dig through and auto harvest. If it's there, we might as well come and get it. Risk all those lovely, lovely germs. Oof. We'll be alright. I think. Through here, we seen anything interesting? No. Ice, polluted ice. A few lockers in a building. Nah. Oh, it's not quite ready. 83, 84%. If you say so. Well, that's a big pool of liquid with pumps in. Pipe blocked? Well, just feeding in directly might be a mistake. Try that instead. Each is... No, am I wrong? It pumps 10 kilos a second. I thought it was only 5 per pump. Oh no, it's for sieves, that's sieve 5 each. Okay. No need for that then. One pump will fill the pipe. So that's fine. I don't know why it wasn't... Oh, it wasn't filling down here because it's just a dribble that reaches the pump. So it's dribbling in, it dribbles out. That's why we need the valve. Cool. Now we know. That's a lot of natural gas out in that room. It's like an extra storage, I guess. I've got the 4 tanks and we've got the whole room. It's all good. This is progressing slowly. Oh, we actually want to leave a gap so I can get in and dig everything out in this room and build everything. And then we'll fill that gap in later. It's fine. Just open that back up. And then we've got a ladder in there so they can do all the rest, so that should be fine. Cool. Doesn't look like they've uncovered anything as they've gone in there either. Phosphorite. Well, all the usual stuff. I think we've seen every biome there is. There might just be some vents or geysers that we haven't seen before, which would be interesting. And I think there's still one quest item, right? Got this sleepy one. Got all the fossils. There's 4 of them around. Got this critter thing. Analyzes critters to transform morphs into random variants. Doesn't sound very helpful. But okay. It's there. We can play with that at some point. But I think there were 4 quests, so I think there's one more. Might not be on this planet, I guess. Could be on different ones. At some point we need to build a rocket or take the teleporter, which is equally as scary. I'll have to get everything organised before then, but that just feels like it's impossible to get everything organised. Yeah. Done that. They've been up there. Could mop up the random bits on the floor, but I don't. It stops them off-gassing, but the place is full of germs anyway. I don't know. Could be a good idea. And it is water. We can go very, very slowly empty it out. Can't reach that bit. Let's dig that down, I guess. Sure. Being dug down now. Here we go. What freebies have we got? I mean, some more seeds that we have tons of. I'll take it. It is slow building here. Not again then. Find out about those plates. Not sure what they're going to do. Interesting. What have they just done? They were stood in a space. They built the block they were stood in. It's shoved them up. Oh, and they just stood there for a minute, being a bit confused by it, I guess, like I was, and now they're off. Fine. Fine. The looted water amount seems alright. The thing working. Yeah, we're getting full blobs because of our sensor, that's good. Though probably shouldn't have the sensor underneath the vent. Might have separated them out a bit more, could have been a good idea. Just thinking. It's being sieved and it's being fed in, so we've got a supply of water coming in, but it's still pretty low. Need to go another 23 cycles before this starts producing, and even then, I'm not confident. It doesn't look like we have a chance to desalinate because we're going through this coolant stuff very quickly too. Yeah, it's not even looping a second time anymore. It's coming through the base in the negative now, which is a big difference. This area is going to get very, very cold. Need to heat it up. Still in the negative as it goes past the very hot natural gas. By the time it reaches the top of the base, it's at 10 degrees. By the time it gets to this water, it's at 15. Okay, it is taking a second loop now. Yeah, I thought it should at those temperatures. Maybe it was just dumping out something that had been round a couple of times. Guess it's not really going to dump out like one blob, then one blob, then one blob. It's going to be a whole run that it dumps. And then the fresh stuff comes in. Just kind of sat here heating up. That's not ideal. Whatever we put in this area doesn't want to be generating heat. Because it's just kind of going to, yeah, sit there, and that's interesting. Maybe we could use the automation signals better. Put the shut-off closer to the storage, where it's cold. Maybe. Could just end up making a mess, but could be better. Don't know, it's a thought. It's all going fine. How are we up here? Lots of liquid still moving, which is good actually. Help for a while. They're collecting the little bottles. They collected a reed, I guess, because that one's been harvested. Be nice to find more. Yeah, we could make a second suit. Let's do it. It's gonna overload that circuit, I think. Could cause a problem. But if we did, and then we could build a second suit dock here, and two people could go and work on this area at the same time. Good. Suit made. Though I guess eventually they're going to break a suit, and we now don't have the reed to fix it, so we need to address that as well. Oxygen in. Power in. I think I said this network was overloaded, so that could be a problem. Skimmer's not always running, right? And that pump's not always running. If there's no chlorine down here, it doesn't pump. So that could be okay. That network may end up overloaded, but could end up okay. Keep your fingers crossed. Ah. Would you believe it? Ah, I hate that. We should have left things how they were back here. We built a whole thing to hold them in, and then I read the information that says they're just going to die. Their livable range, 35 to 160. And this is 25, except they produce their own heat that is keeping them at 35, and 45, and 90. Like, where is that information, you know? This database facility in the game, why is it here if it's not going to tell me what I need to know to get things set up before I see them. Now we have a pool of crude oil in the base because these guys are perfectly happy here. And we didn't need to try and dig down here. Didn't need to set up the suits and the expensive stuff and the mess. It's all unnecessary. Because these guys are just keeping themselves warm magically somehow. Annoying. If we heat them over 100, they're more likely to make the molten guys that I like the look of. But we're currently not planning on getting them over 100, so that's something. The carbon dioxide they're being fed is just the random stuff that must come from people sleeping here, exhaling at night, and it drops down here. They've consumed some of that and made a mess. So, I mean, what can I do? Let's put a door and replace... I mean, the airflow's okay, it doesn't let liquid through. So let's leave that. Put a door on the room, try and keep them inside, if we're lucky. Or they're always going to stand on that edge when we make the door. Come on, someone, wake up and fix this. Someone? Anyone? But not yet. Wait until they're all inside. Okay, one of them is outside and I'm just going to kill it. Because I'm not messing around with that. There we go. So 5 of them are now in the room. It's liquid sealed, so if they manage to keep themselves at a happy temperature and overheat our base in the process, and they manage to get random bits of carbon dioxide drop in, which will happen, then they can make crude oil and we'll find out... wrong kind of door. Try that again. That one doesn't block liquid. We'll find out whether they drown themselves, basically, is my thinking. We can confirm that, although they are producing a lot of heat, which is a bit of a problem. It's out of the way, so, you know, hopefully we'll be alright. But that just annoys me a lot that that information just isn't there. The page that I'm expecting to tell me everything I need to know to ranch these guys, and you're supposed to just learn by making a mistake. It doesn't seem like the kind of game that you want to restart over and over. You know, it seems like the game that people will, and I would, you know, like your Factorios, your Satisfactory, this kind of thing. You restart over and over through your own choice. Not that the game is designed so that you would restart over and over. Because I don't like that idea either. Okay, they are building there. We'll carry on the plan, or we'll try and actually wrangle them, and if they survive, because the livable temperature isn't so important as it seems, if they survive, we'll move them back down to this area that we're designing for them and try and get it all sorted, hopefully. So we'll carry on with that plan. Definitely. Something else I had in mind that needed checking. Can't think what. Water's looking a little healthier now. That's nice to see. Oh, the food. The fridge is full. And I don't want to power a second one. So I'm just going to... what's it called? Muckroot, yeah. I'm going to take that out of the fridge. Because no one likes eating it. So if it rots away, then so be it. Let's keep the stuff people like eating in the fridge. Good. See how happy that Draco is when he gets covered in crude oil. You could do with doing this a lot further from the base. Or maybe once we've got the crude oil we can manipulate it, move it around. We want to kind of drip it down to a source of a lot of heat. Maybe that gold volcano would be the way to do it. It's a long way to go, but it's hidden behind there. If that's got molten gold coming out very hot, we can pass the crude oil near it and turn it into petrol without having to refine it. Would be nice. Bring the petrol back and power stuff with it. And the exchange should cool the gold down a little, but probably not enough to solidify it. I don't know how we'll do that. And how can you? I don't think we can move liquid gold, because if we put it in a pipe, the pipe will melt. Would need a material with an overheat temperature or a melting point beyond 2600 Celsius. It doesn't seem achievable, really. But it might exist. Maybe some kind of composite we can make. We need to get our research tables back up and running, then we can see what's available. Although that's not a short-term goal with everything else we're juggling. Man, what a game. It's still... I don't know what the word is. Fun? I'm still interested, I guess is the point. I'm still very interested in uncovering all of this that is going on and getting our base bigger. Getting more organisation, ultimately, when we can work out how to do things in an effective or good way. Maybe just need a mess. Like I've got these bottle emptiers still because I'm like, we need to empty bottles, but we could just leave bottles lying around everywhere. There's a mess and might be okay. Free muckroot? No thank you, we've got enough of that. Don't want any of them. It's all good. It's fine. Got the two suits up and running. Actually, that's quite a positive thing. They're doing this job now. This job being standing here and drowning. Yeah. Because that ladder isn't finished, and they must have fallen into the room. Genius. There, they have an escape route now. Good. We'll keep that open for a while. Keep them safe. Should be another block there. Get that planned. And we can deconstruct this. Might as well. But yeah, that's good. That's good progress. I'm kind of happy with that. We do need to set up our own farm of reeds. Or ranch, but I think farm is my preference. Can't rely on this one wild one that I've managed to keep alive. Maybe we could find more. I don't know. There's one in there. Yeah. Is that accessible to us? Not at the moment. Let's raise that up. Down there. Through there. That should be reachable. Let's mop that up. Set that to harvest. It's definitely not an efficient way of getting the reeds, but if it gets them, then we'll do that for now. Keep these suits working and available. Leaving that open is not great, but we are insulated and we are cooling. We'll be alright. It'll be worth it when it's all sorted, but we may need a second tier of insulation around this area. It'll be interesting, at least. It's all good. Maybe just like a gap before we do the other animals above it, which we can work towards. Slow progress like usual, but we're getting somewhere. I'm happy about having the suits and being able to dig in this area. That's good. We'll see, but hey, we're, as usual, over 4 hours in and some, and I'm still just so curious about everything that I'm going to sit here poking at it rather than wrapping up like I need to. I don't know, it's interesting still. We're going to keep carrying on with this colony, at least until it dies, and then we can work out what we do from there. It seems, water's okay. I think we're going to live for a little while longer at least. Half confident. Let's get a save in. A proper one. All good. And let's wrap things up before I end up here all night. Thank you very much for joining me again